1, this meeting of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors is convened, and we will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I will ask Mary Lynn Hunt to lead us in the pledge.
Please begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please. Oh, I should have done that first, but we're just kind of bouncing around.
Supervisor Brown?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
Supervisor Hamburg has recused himself from this meeting. Chair McCowan?
Here. Thank you. And we will now go to public expression for items not on the agenda.
Yes.
And seeing no one come forward, we will go to item number 3A, the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors Public Workshop, including staff presentation and possible direction to staff regarding the proposed business license ordinance and zoning regulation for the processing, manufacturing, testing, dispensing, retail, distribution, delivery, and transportation of medical cannabis and adult use recreational cannabis within the unincorporated areas of Mendocino County. And although the Board of Supervisors is listed as the sponsor on the little script I have, this is actually from our Treasurer Tax Collector, Sherry Schapmeyer, Mary Lynn Hunt with Planning and Building Services, Dave Jensen, Environmental Health Division, Sarah Duquette, Executive Office, and Matthew Kidrowski, County Counsel. So I will turn it over to staff for their presentation, and I understand everything is going to be up on the screen, and I have had a request to if we're going from one document to another, since we have multiple documents, please be clear about, which document we're on at any one time. So with that, I'll turn it over to our presenters.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Sarah Duquette, Executive Office. Staff is here today to give an overview of what we've been working for the business license for cannabis facilities. Direction was given to staff to bring forward an ordinance, so we've been working hard to provide a starting point for you guys to review and give direction. So on the memo, we are going to go over the proposed medical cannabis facilities business license, proposed medical cannabis facility chapter 20.24, and the first part of that is planning regulations, and the second part of that is considerations for a standards manual. Following that presentation, we'll move to the differences between the Medical Cannabis Regulatory and Safety Act of 2015 and the Adult Use of Marijuana Act of 2016. We will then go to the proposed zoning for adult use of cannabis facilities. And we will also end with policy considerations of areas where we need additional direction and policy decisions. So I'm going to go ahead and kick this off with the business license portion, which is chapter 6.36. It is the second document in your packet. I'm going to do a quick overview, and then we can open it up for specific questions or direction. So we took our traditional business license as well as some elements from our tobacco business license and tried to make something very similar with a cannabis facilities that would cover the manufacturing, testing, processing, dispensing, delivery, distribution, and transportation of medical cannabis. Some quick highlights on the administrative section, .040. We have some specific areas that are more specific to cannabis. C, which is number of license. that we will require a separate business license for each one of the different business types, that you will also on Part D require a Board of Equalization permit, also known as the seller's permit, and a conflict of interest section for staff on F. Under location, 0.50, we did maintain the 1,000 feet setback from youth-oriented facilities, school, parks, any church or residential treatment facility that we had in the cultivation ordinance. On 0.060, we have the application procedure. The business license application will be through the Treasurer Tax Collector's office, and the Treasurer Tax Collector will be the one issuing the business license. We do have a provision in that section D that will require the businesses to file their state permit once they obtain it, as well as a background check component requiring a live scan for applicants. 0.070 is the section of issuance of license. 0.086 on page 4 is the business license renewal. This will be an annual renewal business license. And there's a provision within that paragraph, the second sentence, a license may not be renewed if any violations of non-compliance with the license. These regulations, chapter 10.A.17 and chapter 20.243. And we wanted to make sure that we link it to chapter 10A.17 as well, because many dispensaries may also be in production of cannabis plants, as well as the production of nursery stock. So we want to make sure that they also get their ag permit if they need it. Another highlight on page 5, the license violation, 0.130. That was...
It'd be helpful if we have the document you're discussing up on the screen. There we are. Thank you.
This section is taken from the tobacco model we have, which essentially allows the county to go in and make sure that they're not selling to underage people. So that we took from tobacco, and direction on whether that's the direction you would like to go would be appreciated. But that section is from the tobacco business license. On that same page, on section 0.140 towards the bottom, B, that talks about immediate revocation of the business license with no board hearing. We wanted to make it very clear that if you were denied a state license, your license here will be pulled. And if you do not maintain a valid state license, your license will be pulled. The administrative fine section mirrors what we already do for business licenses as well as the enforcement section. So that's just kind of a general overview of the business license that we are proposing. So we can take questions, comments, directions on this now, or we can move on to the next item.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Just one question on the youth buying monitoring program. I'm not seeing in here what's the consequence of selling to a minor.
I believe we would be able to move forward with the section with consequences of violation, which is in administrative fine section 0.1530. Grounds for a fine or grounds for violation.
Okay, so that is clear in the ordinance that there is
We
a
can
consequence.
clarify that the consequence is that would be considered a violation, and then section 0.10 would then take effect.
Or presumably the license could be revoked.
So I just think that I think it should be clear, whatever the consequences are, it should be clear in the ordinance, because otherwise you have a decoy program and you may have a violation, but then if it's not clear that there is a consequence to it, it kind of loses its effectiveness.
Or what the consequence is.
Yeah.
Other questions at this time? I think we may just go ahead and go through all of these, and then we'll go to public comment, because I believe probably a number of members of the public will have comments that'll cover maybe a range of these documents. So please proceed.
I'm going to hand it over now to Beth Burke with Laco Associates and Mary Lynn Hunt from Planning and Building Services.
And let's get our document up on the screen, whatever we're going to next. Great.
Thank you. Good morning, supervisors. I'm Beth Burks with Laco Associates, and I'll be going over Chapter 20.243, which is the zoning portion. So we have some pretty typical things that you'll see in pretty much any ordinance, which is, the intent, severability, release and hold harmless. Then we go through a pretty extensive list of definitions, and we can pare this down depending on how much you want to include. This is a pretty exhaustive list at the moment, but these would basically be limited to whatever you choose to include in the ordinance ultimately. And then so getting to page 6, which is .035, the general limitations on medical cannabis facilities. So this goes through some very basic things that all cannabis facilities will need to meet, such as, distances from any residents, and some other just very standard practices that would be applicable. Then moving on from there, we go to .040, which is the permit types and zoning districts. So we've had a lot of discussion about this particular part of it, and I think, the zoning districts have been less of a discussion than the permit types that would be required. We do have some materials we want people to turn in terms of operations plans and that kind of thing. And so a zoning clearance isn't that great of a fit because you don't have any discretion in a zoning clearance to really evaluate those kinds of materials. So just recently we decided, an administrative permit would be good to have on, as the lowest level of review. So you might see some references to zoning clearance, and we can certainly talk about the value of bringing that back in. But at this point, our recommendation is to, at least for the time being, have everything require an administrative permit. There's really not state licenses available at this time, so there's not a lot of other oversight if we don't have the administrative permits in process. So this section talks about where you can do processing, manufacturing, both non-volatile and volatile, testing, delivery, dispensing, distribution, transportation, business offices, and the zonings that those would be appropriate. So certainly happy to take comments on this and get more feedback if you feel that any other zones should be included or a different level of review would be appropriate for those zones.
And I just wanted to clarify with regard to the chart that the notation at the bottom of it is accurate, that UP equals a minor use permit and MUP equals a major use permit?
Yes, I believe that's accurate.
Okay, because that's no doubt going to lead to some questions regarding why one is required in one instance and another in another instance. Just for example, testing in rural community would require a major use permit. Dispensing would only require a minor use permit. So, at some point we might get into why is one thought to require a higher level of review.
Yeah, and I think, we're certainly open to that. I think, where we really want to be careful, especially I think testing, that's a good one to think about a lower level of review. I would, be open to that discussion, absolutely. Certainly with anything volatile, that would want to, I would suggest keeping the major use permit in play there. But yeah, happy to go into if there's a more appropriate level of review, certainly we're open to that. And really the findings end up being pretty identical. So it really has a lot more to do with the hearing officer that would be assigned to that project.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So we have very limited findings that we're making. There's already an administrative permit process or a major or minor use permit process would be relying on how those are already described in your code. And then adding just a couple of requirements, mainly that it's compliant with all of all the other provisions of this chapter and 10A. And then also that you're going to minimize odor and light impact on residential uses. We thought that was still relevant. It's kind of a holdover from the cultivation ordinance, but because some of these permits, all of them will involve probably pretty significant security. So lighting could turn out to be an issue. And because we would have permits that would allow cultivation and dispensing together, you could still end up with odor issues similar to what we talk about in cultivation, because there is an aspect of this that does overlap with that. Now, we've talked about it, and it sounds like, if you're going to be a dispensary that's also cultivating, you would need to get your cultivation permit and your permit pursuant to this chapter. So it's not exclusive of each other. You need all the pieces in place in order to move forward. So then getting to the next section, which is .050. This is the permit application requirements, and they're all pretty typical, and they mimic, state law on this in terms of what we need to see for applications. I think the things I wanted to highlight at this time is that there would be a site plan in place, showing, all the details, just like you turn in any site plan to planning. Also hitting again, that's going to be our opportunity to check for that 1,000 feet from any kind of public park, church, youth-oriented facility, et cetera. And a lot of these things, are likely to not apply. If we're talking about industrial and commercial properties, we don't really expect to see the streams, springs, ponds, and other natural features as typical as we would, let's say, in cultivation, outdoor cultivation examples. But it's still good to include those on a site plan should they be applicable to the site. Those will be important things for us to note. So we just left them in, understanding that there's a lot of times those won't need to be shown. We also would ask for an existing and proposed floor plan to evaluate the actual inside of the structures and how they're going to be functioning, make sure that they have appropriate plumbing, mechanical, and facilities to be a commercial business. And then there is a section here under section 3, and then there's a paragraph that starts for all indoor cultivation facilities. This is on page 10. Associated with dispensaries. This really speaks to where you're having cultivation and dispensaries merged together, and there's special requirements. We need firewalls, that kind of thing. So this is our heads up to make sure we're checking for those as we evaluate these plans. And we should ultimately, if this stays in, we would want to cross-reference it to the cultivation ordinances, because it will need that cultivation permit, and they'll need to make sure that those firewalls and things like that are in place as well. Then we would also be asking for an operations plan so that we could really get a handle on exactly what's being proposed. This would be size of facility, what products are you selling, how much are you selling, source of or manufacturing. How many deliveries and pickups. This gives us an opportunity to make sure traffic levels are appropriate. Also, some other things, do we have appropriate facilities for staff and customers in terms of sanitary facilities? So this really gives us an opportunity to check that all those things are in place. Then the rest of the requirements are, again, pretty typical and things that are required based on state law and also just for other permits as well. So let's see. Anything else? And then we can move on to permit review and issuance. So we do want to have a pre-permit inspection, which might be a little different than, a typical use permit or major use permit process. And this is to make sure that before we issue the permits, the buildings and other facilities are to code, and that we don't notice any other violations. You can get your building inspector out there and making sure that we're, what you're permitting meets code and is ready to be operational. And then we cover penalties and enforcement and have a mechanism for permit revocation. And that's really our sort of fundamental recommendations. And again, very much open. We consider this a starting point, not at all the final product, but these are our initial recommendations. We also spent quite a bit of time, looking at other jurisdictions that have moved forward with their ordinances regarding the non-cultivation aspects. And at this time, we're kind of recommending, rather than putting it in the ordinance and codifying it, that we consider something like a manual, if you will, a performance standards manual. And these are sort of best practices. They come out of state law in some cases, they come out of other jurisdictions in some cases, and recommendations from staff as we went through the process. Initially, some of this was in the actual zoning code, and we pulled it out thinking that it might be better to have it as a separate policy manual, so that we don't have to come back and change and do an amendment to zoning as state laws continue to evolve, and we know more about the permits that'll be issued through there and what they're taking on and what the county will need to maintain. But in the meantime, there is no state license for these facilities as of now, so it's good to think about these things and make sure we've got health and safety covered until which time the state is in a better position to really be checking for those things on your behalf, or they're delegating it back to the county. So we have performance standards for processing, manufacturing performance standards, testing in laboratories, dispensaries. This basically hits on each of the different types of permits that are available, and delivery, transportation. There's, I could leave it, if we want to get into more specifics about all of this and what's for each permit. I think the bottom line is you can accept as much of this as you would like. We can get it in a policy manual. We can convert it back into the zoning ordinance if there's things, for example, specific to dispensaries. There's hours of operations that we may want to consider codifying into zoning at this time, but perhaps not all the other limitations that are specified here. So we can, I'm happy to kind of go through if you want to. Do you want to go deeper into those at this time, or?
I think personally, if you just go through the rest of the presentation
Sure.
that you had planned,
Sure.
and we can, my thought would be we would then hear from the public,
Sure.
and then we can come back to these policy questions that have been raised.
Great.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Board members? So please proceed.
Okay, great. So the next is the next document. So I just wanted to give a quick overview, very high level of the differences between medical and adult use. So I think the recommendation is that we adopt something at this time that in unison that covers medical and adult use, and we're really looking for direction on if we want to do that as a separate chapter. There are some nuances with adult use, and I think it makes sense in some ways to include it as a separate chapter and adopting it at the same time. And be able to reference things, and we'd like direction if you'd like that to mirror the chapter we have now. So the difference is that there's a different amount of license types, and there's, for adult use, there is no transportation license. They add a micro business category that's not in the medical MCRSA, and there's also, they call it a retailer instead of a dispensary. And in medicals, any individual can hold a maximum of 2 licenses in any category. And then in the adult use, there is no prohibition of vertical integration. So with the exception that if you're a tester, you can only be a tester. You can't hold another license type. And then in medical, cultivators are required to distribute, to send their product to distribution for testing and to move their product around where that's not required in the Adult Use Act. There's no distribution requirement. They can move their product around on their own. In medical, you have to be a California resident, and then in the adult use, that has a provision to sunset in 2019. Medical, there's no on-site consumption, where in adult use, you have control over whether you'd like to allow on-site consumption. And with dispensaries, under medical, there's not this discussion of excessive concentration, so that you could have any number of dispensaries within an area that you might consider, where with adult use, there's basically going to be a limit on that based on your census tract. So it's you wouldn't have necessarily the ability to approve the same concentration of adult use facilities. Under medical, the state requires local approval, and under adult use, you may choose to maintain local approval, but a local license is not required. You can choose to prohibit it, and then it wouldn't be allowed, but there is not the same requirement that there's a local license.
However, we could make that requirement if we choose.
Absolutely, yes. And then the last part of this chart is just a listing of the different types of the permits that are mentioned above, some of the nuances there. Again, micro business being the one that at the same location under adult use, you can do a variety of kind of, start to finish producing, and then under the medical type 10A, that's where you can have the dispensary, but you could also, at the same time, have a manufacturing or cultivation operation. So, and then the last document you have in your packet is the adult use zoning table. So this largely mirrors the medical zoning table, with really just the names of the permits types changed to match what's appropriate for adult use. So we're proposing the same permitting scheme, essentially, for the adult use that we did for the medical.
Supervisor Jurdy.
So I just have one question. Would someone potentially seek a license for both dispensary and distributor retailer? They'd be separate licenses, right? Or separate business?
For adult use?
Yeah.
Yes, and that kind of falls under the micro business, where you could essentially be a manufacturer, distributor, cultivator, and retail sales.
But I was getting at, would someone potentially have a license for medical and in the same building have a license for retail?
Potentially, yes. The parameters around that type of activity has not really been defined yet by the state, of how they're going to go forward with essentially two licensing programs and how they integrate.
And that's a level of confusion we're probably going to be living with for a while at least. Potentially the state legislature could clarify some of these questions, but it remains to be seen whether they will or not. So it might not be until 2018 or later that, we finally get additional clarification. But it probably works great for an urban area to provide for separate licensing schemes for medical and adult use recreational. It's more problematic for rural areas where the economies of scale are a lot different. But I think this was written, the Adult Use Medical Marijuana Act was written, I think, primarily by and to benefit urban level operators. That's my perception. So it didn't really take into account what happens in a rural area where it doesn't necessarily make sense to have a separate medical marijuana dispensary and a adult use recreational dispensary. But anyway, please proceed, or that might have been about it, or?
That's the general overview of what we have been working on. The next portion under the memo is really some policy concerns that really came up where we felt that board direction was definitely needed, and we also wanted to hear feedback on the direction that we're going with both ordinances and how you'd like to proceed.
I think maybe at least just a brief presentation on those. Sure. And maybe, again, we might hold off deliberating on them until we hear from the public, but
sure.
You could take us through the policy considerations.
Yeah, so the first one is, let me go back to the document on the screen for everyone. The first one is direction on the extent cannabis facilities should be regulated locally. So what we did in the zoning was that second section, items for consideration, we going back and forth on that of what we could maybe put into a policy manual to make sure health and safety standards, there are some until the state really is fully functioning, rather than codifying it, and then direction on, is there some things like maybe dispensary hours that it would be appropriate to put in code. So kind of a direction on to the extent you want to regulate.
And just to clarify, there are some performance standards included in the draft medical cannabis facilities ordinance. And are you suggesting some of those might come out of this document and be in the policy manual instead?
We could. We're trying to find a way of making sure that things that we definitely want to do and are really important, maybe like a facility site plan is in code, but then try to find a balance between what are the parameters or best practices for these people that maybe we should have in a manual, but not necessarily codified, because it's going to change consistently over the next few years. And we're also going to have an opportunity to see to what extent the state's going to regulate, and then kind of decide, are there gaps? Do we need to add more things in, or is there a time where we can kind of phase things out and say, now that the state's fully functioning, we know labs are sufficiently regulated, we know that manufacturing is sufficiently regulated. So it's kind of a balancing act of how much do we want in each.
Right, thank you.
The second one goes to adult use, and if you would like a separate ordinance that mirrors the medical, or if you'd like both of them addressed in one document, and obviously comments on the zoning table of your opinions on that.
Mm-hmm.
The third one goes back to adult use and the question of on-site consumption. So we have the option to allow that for adult use, and that is a policy direction on how you'd like to approach that in Mendocino County. The next one actually came up at a statewide meeting where there was a lot of counties and cities present, that some practices at dispensaries involved a lot of promotions and giveaways. And some municipalities and counties are prohibiting that. So that's where that came from, of how far do you want to regulate, and do you have concerns over different types of promotions that could be, buy one, get one free, or significantly discounted merchandise, and if you had a concern about that.
Mm-hmm.
On page 2, it continues. Should the county require setbacks between retail outlets and dispensaries? So there is some with adult use in terms of concentration based on census. Some counties and cities are requiring some type of setback between. So I think there's a concern about maybe a dispensary row or a manufacturing row where it's just one after another. So if you're concerned about 5 dispensaries all in a row, if you wanted to do a setback, I think that discussions had been in a couple counties, and some counties are going with that, maybe a 200 feet setback or a 500 feet setback between dispensaries. So we just wanted to bring that to your attention as an option. And the last one, should the county prohibit the sale of non-cannabis items in retail outlets and dispensaries, such as tobacco, alcohol, food, or beverage? So if you want to prohibit them selling other types of items. And the one that comes up consistently in discussions by other counties and cities was the question of tobacco and alcohol, and if you would want that to be allowed to be sold there as well. And that's just a first round of just some key questions that came up as we were going through this process.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Supervisor Brown.
And for the sale in retail outlets and dispensaries, when you add tobacco and alcohol, that would take separate licenses as well, correct? Okay.
So at this time, we will go to public comment on everything that has been presented. I've got one little card here. If others have filled out these forms, please bring them forward to the clerk. The forms aren't required, but it helps us spell your name correctly. You're also not required to give your name, but it does make it easier to track comments. So our first commenter is Jane Futcher, followed by Ron Edwards.
Hi, I'm Jane Futcher. My partner. Thank you. My partner and I have Wild Women Herbals near Laytonville. I'm wearing my pink pussy hat because I just got back from Washington, D.C. from marching. And And it was really amazing because what I realized was that all of us in Mendocino County have a lot more in common with each other than we sometimes realize, or I sometimes realize, and I really want to work together with county government and residents and growers. I think my biggest concern is that there be a provisional permit or license ready for growers, so that if this very complicated and these regulations aren't passed by growing season, because the days are starting to get close to when people need to plant seeds. So we need some kind of provisional permit. And I also want to say that I think the less onerous the regulations, the better for the whole community, because if the regulations are too onerous and expensive, small farmers like our little farm of 40 plants won't be able to survive. And I think many small farmers won't be able to survive. I can just tell you already this year, in order to be a county compliant farm, we've paid $1,500 to the sheriff, $50 a plant for a plant. We've had to get accountants and lawyers. The inspections for the water permits, discharge and use are extremely expensive. And we're really at the point, after Medicare is deducted, my Social Security check is about $700. My partner's is a little more. Many of us are not making a huge amount of money. We are supplementing our income. And if property values go down in this county, that will be bad for local government. It will be bad for enforcement of environmental regulations, and it will be bad for retail. So I think working together is my new theme after being in Washington. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we could dispense with the applause, it takes up time. And then if one speaker speaks and they don't get applause, what have I done wrong? So it kind of puts everyone on an equal footing, and we listen respectfully to everyone's comments. So Ron Edwards, followed by Jude Thillman.
Ron Edwards, CK Nursery, Willits. I was just on the phone in the past couple of days with CDFA, and they are working with some changes in the nursery business. Prior to this last draft resolutions, nurseries were able to transport live material. Well, they've added a layer of transportation license are going to be required also. So if you would consider, for those of us who are going to be in the nursery business, rather than having to have two different locations, if you could consider how you would work and draft that ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
I agree. I think we can say that quickly enough.
Please.
Well, it does allow
Please,
supervisors
please,
to
ma'am,
know
you're out of
who their
order.
audience is.
You are out of order. Please, we ask that if you have something to say, you would come forward to the podium. So Jude Thillman, followed by Paul Hansberry.
Good morning. My name is Jude Tillman, and I don't know when these were made available, but one of the best ways for local government to not get public input is to get all this stuff out to people at the last possible second. It's really hard to read it and think about it and give you some good feedback if you want good feedback. So 5% of gross, really, for medicine. An additional medical cannabis facilities license, in addition to the business license that I've purchased for 5 years at my dispensary, my seller's permits, everything else, all the anyway, I want to make just one point, and I'll do it with 3 illustrations. There was a full-page ad in this year's Emerald Cup program, and then guess who it was taken out by? The Humboldt County Chamber of Commerce. Welcome cannabis cultivators and farmers. Just yesterday, I learned, of another small business leaving Mendocino County, one of the highest integrity, ethical, committed to the community companies. Madrone has moved to Richmond. This keeps coming in. And my direct experience with Dragonfly this week alone, on Tuesday, I'm tapped on the shoulder while I'm in the line at Safeway, and Roger says, hey, he's a longtime compassion patient at Dragonfly. Compassion means that we give his medicine to him for free. He was diagnosed with cancer in the summer of 2015, and he just got a 6-month checkup using nothing but cannabis oil, cannabis medicines that we give him. His cancer in his lungs is gone, and in his pancreas, it's stabilized. It's not spreading. He's guardedly optimistic, but he just looked at me with tears in his eyes. He says, am I still going to be able to get compassion medicine from Dragonfly? And I almost said, Roger, ask your board of supervisors. But I didn't do that yet. I've got cultivators coming in regularly saying, why do we want to become legal? And I've just spent 3 years working with various organizations, as you know, trying to convince people to become legal. But the black market is getting more and more attractive. What Jane is saying about making this onerous, you're absolutely right, John. For years, we're not going to have all the details clear from the state. So are you going to take that out on us in the meantime? Are we the ones that are going to suffer? After all the work we've done to try to be compliant, and every time I turn around, there's another fee. You're putting me in the toilet. I'm not going to be able to serve my patients. Dispensaries are different than cultivation. Look at us differently. Medical and recreational are not distinct. We've got to hold them together. Please protect us. I'm not sure if you really care about any of the things I just told you about Roger or these small companies that are going down the toilet or leaving the county. I'm not sure. Perhaps somebody told me the only thing you care about is lawsuits. I hope that's not true.
Thank you. And in answer to your question, I think these documents unfortunately only became available yesterday. It is a work in progress, and we do want to hear your comments and your input. And I understand one day didn't give very much time to review and understand everything that's being recommended. So please feel free to submit written comments either by email or any other method that works for you. Paul Hansberry, followed by Aaron Karlstrom.
And this is just a workshop.
Pardon?
And this is just a workshop.
Yes.
Good morning. I'm Paul Hansberry. I've been cultivating and making medicine for several years now. We have a patient base that we supply medicine to in exacting dosages and cannabinoid profiles. If I were a lavender farmer, I would be able to cultivate, harvest, extract essential oils, make shampoos and salves or soaps, and then sell them to retailers or individuals. It looks like if my property is zoned agricultural, if I were to make the extraction using a distiller that's as safe as a coffee pot to use, that I would have to move to another facility that's zoned industrial in order to process this cannabis to make it into something that is usable for the proper dosage. The different flowers and plants, if you have them tested, it's just a guideline. You need a concentration if you're going to get the dosage accurate after the concentrate is tested. For a non-pressurized small company like myself, using a non-pressurized alcohol-based extraction method, again, is as safe as a coffee pot. Why do I have to go to another facility, another part of the county that's zoned industrial in order to do these in small batches? Even if I were a cottage, and I do 25 plants, so if I was going to get a cottage license, if I were just to use the material, if I didn't outsource, if I just used the material that I grew myself in order to do that, why am I not able to do this? There are other manufacturers that the cannabinoid profile is a consideration, but it's not necessarily a commitment. The patients that we provide the medicine to, the dosage is critical. And we take that extra step in order to make this medicine for these people. This doesn't seem like I'm going to be allowed to do that anymore. And further, I don't see anything in here. If things in the ordinance are not specifically included, then they are specifically excluded. I want to know why there's no provision for a variance or a discretionary review for special circumstances. I understand that you want to try to streamline, but there is no cookie cutter. There are exceptions to every rule. And for someone to apply, like for instance the scenario that I just put, to apply for a variance in order to do this, even if I were to purchase the other license. And again, if you're a small farmer, you don't have the overhead, you don't have the monies to pay all these fees that stack up. But in order, there needs to be some kind of language to at least appeal for a variance or a discretionary review or conditional use.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron Karlstrom, followed by Del Potter.
Good morning, supervisors and staff. My name is Erin Karlstrom, Compliance and Government Relations Attorney with the Roggaway Law Group. I also just finished 4 years as a Santa Rosa City Council member, so I have been in your seat going through these public meeting and ordinance development processes. So thank you for your time and attention to this issue. I want to try to touch on 3 issues very quickly. The first of which dovetails nicely with the previous speaker with respect to what we might consider micro processing or micro manufacturing. Many counties throughout the state are proposing ordinances that are similar to yours, which would force all manufacturing of cannabis into industrial land uses. Sonoma County has done the same thing. Lake County is proposing a similar distinction. And what we're seeing that do, in addition to placing a burden on the local farmer who may be engaging in a process, as the previous speaker said, that's no more dangerous than lighting up a coffee pot, we're also seeing an unintended almost take or a benefit in the private property values of those industrial warehouse owners that now have an abundance of very valuable property. So I want to encourage you to consider that there may be some processing that could be allowed on your ag lands in conjunction with some cultivation activities. The second issue that I want to put for your consideration is the concept of on-site consumption. It is one of the policy directions your staff is asking for. Very few communities have allowed for this. Sonoma County has not allowed for it. Lake County is not talking about it. Marin County is certainly not talking about it. So I want to encourage you to consider that you have the opportunity to take advantage of some of the cannabis tourism that we know will be flowing to the Bay Area. We don't want them to stop in San Francisco. We want them to keep coming north, and Mendocino County has a great opportunity to take advantage of that by allowing on-site consumption. And the third issue is just a very quick one, which is that the use of butane is specifically prohibited, which obviates the question, well, what are the other processes that are allowed? What are the other chemical extraction processes that we may want to be able to utilize on these licenses? So thank you for your time and attention. I've been following you for over a year, and I'm glad to be here in person. Good luck.
Thank you. Del Potter, followed by Gary Vandenberg.
Hi, Del Potter, Small Farmers Association. This is more of a question on clarification or a little more detail on page 11 of the package, section L. The applicant shall provide proof of either a physician recommendation that the amount to be processed, manufactured, dispensed, delivered, or transported is consistent with the applicant's medical needs. How would that actually work operationally in practice for a manufacturer? And would this clause sunset when a for-profit medical model moves into place in 2018? That's my question. Thank you.
While it's fresh in our minds, I'll attempt an answer. That is in a general section of conditions that are required across the board. So I think as we refine this, there will be questions about are these conditions all applicable to every license types? But I think it also underscores the ambiguity we're probably going to be dealing with until the lines between commercial and recreational and commercial medical and commercial cannabis activity in general are all clarified, and that's going to be an ongoing process. And then I would invite if staff has a specific response also to that question.
We've been having the same discussions because the collective model is still technically in place until the state issues a license. We too were looking at some type of sunset provision or how we can explain how we can abide by the collective model and accommodate that as we have this transition to commercial medical cannabis. So it has been a discussion, and we are looking at some sunset language or how we can better define this transition period.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Robert Gary Vandenberg. I live in Laytonville. I'm a longtime farmer. I'm really excited you guys are considering these licenses now. I would like to address in the zoning permit types 20.243040 about the processing licenses. I think that's extremely restrictive considering so many farmers have actually processed their goods for so many years on a lot of these zoning types, especially because there's been talk about people getting processing licenses and creating a community type processing facilities. Which is a great concept, but if that doesn't take place, people who have cultivation permits aren't going to have anywhere to process their goods, which poses a huge problem for a lot of farmers that I personally know. And so if you guys can come up with some kind of a provisional license for processing until these facilities are in place, I think that could help. And even, you know, streamlining this is a great concept. I think we need these licenses. There are businesses that are leaving Mendocino County, but there's a lot that are backed up that are ready to go right now. We do distribution, and we're ready to get a facility and start employing 20 people at least. So we need these licenses. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Micah Floss, followed by Joss Hallfelts.
Thank you for hearing me speak today. My name is Micah Flaws. I'm a local small cultivator, and I'm also working with Flocana's distribution along with a bunch of other farmers from the Mendocino area. And I'd like to echo Jane's comments about the need for provisional licenses in order for all of us to maintain operation and be able to provide the taxes to the county and jobs to everyone. We need to be able to continue operating, and we don't want to see the same kind of issues that have developed in other counties for currently operating businesses that are eager to comply with regulation but don't necessarily have an avenue for that. It also seems a little bit cumbersome to have a separate processing license, seeing as currently processing tends to go on at a variety of different places in the supply chain at cultivation and manufacturing and distribution. So it would be nice to see some leeway there for processing to be allowed in those other license types as well. And we are looking to purchase a processing, manufacturing, distribution, testing facility that we would be able to provide leasable space to a variety of different licensed operations. And it would be nice to be able to kind of congregate that activity in one area that's secure and compliant and can provide a good area for oversight of those different activities. And we would like to see that there's some avenue for those different license types to occupy the same facility. Not sure where you'd like to see the separation or how that would occur, but it does seem excessive to establish a variety of different facilities all over the county when there are current facilities that are being used that could provide this. We're also really looking to provide a strong avenue for all of the current activities to maintain compliance and not take on unnecessary operational costs. And we look forward to working with you on this process, and I thank you for all your support so far.
Thank you.
Supervisor
excuse me.
Ask a question.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Because this has come up now a couple times about some of the speakers are addressing the cultivation ordinance, which we discussed on Tuesday, and I'm not sure if all the people in the room are aware of that. So just to recap, on Tuesday we were discussing the cultivation ordinance, and there was discussion about some sort of provisional ordinance, and maybe staff might want to elaborate on the discussion there, because today, my understanding, today's discussion is on the non-cultivation business licenses.
That's true, except it's also provided in here that a dispensary or a manufacturing facility could have some level of cultivation. So, which is, ultimately will be another part of our discussion. But is anyone from staff prepared to expand a bit on the concept of provisional licenses, which has been discussed regarding the cultivation ordinance, and I believe that is one of the recommendations from the Planning Commission that will be coming to the board. So has thought been given to, would that be appropriate to these license types, and how might that work?
So Matthew Kudrowski, Deputy County Counsel. Well, we've been talking about what provisional licenses or an affidavit saying I'm cultivating in line with requirements while their application for a cultivation permit has been discussed. I don't think staff has discussed what provisional licenses might look like in this context yet. And I think to a certain extent, these licenses might move quicker than a cultivation ordinance, given there's additional environmental issues at stake with a cultivation ordinance as opposed to I think what we're generally talking about with most of these licenses.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I would also just like to add that there has been some discussion about how to handle existing dispensaries, since many of them have a business license with our county. So there has been a discussion on what to do with the dispensaries that we know are existing.
And on that point, I would just add that the dispensaries that are currently operating seem to be doing a good job of self-regulation, so that if there are significant complaints about how they're operating, they haven't come to me. So in that sense, provided they have their business license, a dispensary could, I would think, could just continue doing what they've been doing, whether we adopt an ordinance or not. But of course, we do intend to adopt one. But as part of that process, part of my intent would be not to disadvantage any existing dispensaries. So if they've been operating in harmony with their neighborhood, I would not want to see us exclude them because they might be in a zone that we haven't recognized. So with that little segue, we'll go back to Josh Hallfeltz, followed by Petra Buchanan.
Hello, and thank you for your efforts. I'm Josh Hallfeltz, Ukiah resident and co-director of the Emerald Triangle Distribution Company. I'm asking for provisional licenses immediately. There is a tension in the community. Just because the product grows doesn't mean it will sell. And currently, there are many farmers wondering where their product is going to be sold. They are wondering how they're going to pay their mortgages. They're wondering how they're going to put food on the table next, because we do not currently have a distribution model set for them. We've asked them to grow, but we have not asked them to put it anywhere. It's unrealistic for every farmer to go into a dispensary and present a single pound when they're growing between 100 and 150, 200 pounds on their lot. That's not going to change anything for anybody. Our distribution company has brought in some brands that we want to apply to the small farmers to help them grow. We've looked at the logistics of the Colorado economy, of the Oregon economy, of the Washington, and what it's done to the small farmers and where they're going. And we've created solutions that we think can work for them. That said, we need to be able to act on those solutions immediately, if not sooner. Companies are leaving Mendocino, surely. Companies are coming to Mendocino also. There are tons of companies salivating, wanting to be here, because this is the mecca of where it's all at. And the opportunity is great, but if mishandled, the opportunity will surely be flushed. No question. So we need to act, and we need to act now. Thank you.
Thank you. Petra Buchanan, followed by Tracy Page.
Hi, I'm Petra Buchanan. I am a little shocked that people won't be able to process on their properties. I'm in UR 20, and the cost, if I have to bring it to some other facility to have somebody else process it for me, first of all, I'm a control freak and I like it done the way I like it. And then also the cost, like I'm wondering, are these people going to be creating monopolies and charging us insane processing fees to have our stuff processed? And also I'm again following other people saying I'd really love it if I could manufacture on my property, as I'm not using volatile techniques. And another thing I'm curious about, again, I'm in UR20, is it says that there's no option for me to get a transportation license. And if people who have farms are having to take all of their product to these facilities to be processed or manufactured, what happens if they get pulled over in the between time? Are you guys going to have something in there that we as growers are going to be allowed to transport our stuff, or are we going to have to pay somebody to come pick it up from our facility and bring it to these processing and manufacturing facilities? So, thank you.
Thank you.
Can we make one clarification on processing? So processing is allowed with your cultivation permit. The processing license type here is for the desire for people to essentially have a processing facility and co-op that endeavor. But in no way does that limit you as someone with a cultivation permit with the county to do processing on site.
Thank you. Tracy Page, followed by Ashley Oldham.
How are y'all doing today? My name is Tracy Page. One of the things I would like to bring up is one of the things I'm worried about is the taxation ordinances that keep coming up and the increasing fees that are piling up on the small farmers in the area. What I'm worried about is overtaxation too early in the industry, and at the present time, the ordinances that are causing farmers to having to reinvest into their lands to be 931 compliant, to also get in compliance with the water board. These are times when farmers need to be coming up with products that they can actually turn their crops into in order to be viable in the marketplace. They need to be reinvesting into their lands right now, not starting to take all of their profits and give them away in taxes, and then they're going to end up failing as farmers. I'd also like to question what happens to multiple use lands. I myself am in charge of a 160-acre organic farm that not only produces organic CCOF land that is doing, it's an organic vineyard, and we're also getting into producing marijuana. What happens to farms like us that we cannot, according to this, according to your new ordinance, we cannot have business offices and we cannot do processing on our farms? Like, what happens to multiple use lands? The agricultural limitations that you're putting in seems to be focused on properties that are only doing marijuana, and they don't seem to take into consideration that marijuana is a business. We need things like offices, and we also do other things like grow other kinds of products, and I'd like you to take that in consideration. One of the questions I have about other kinds of businesses being able to do retail sales are companies like tobacco stores that already have in place limitations on where they can place their businesses. They already have in place storage facilities that are in line with making sure they keep their products safe, and they can't have, loitering outside, and they already have security systems in place. I think that in 2018, when we start to hit retail sales, these are the perfect kinds of businesses that already understand things like taxation of certain kinds of products, and I think that they're perfect for a marriage between being able to distribute prepackaged marijuana products and tobacco products. There's one more thing I wanted to talk about. Find it. Oh, it was also on the L provision that the
That was
gentleman spoke
cited
about.
previously.
I'm sorry? Yeah, that the gentleman spoke about previously. I don't know where it is in here, but one of the things that I wanted to bring up with that is that's from my understanding, that's a carryover from the farmers agreement and the 931 compliance.
Correct.
And I'll be honest, I went around this year to every dispensary in town and tried to get them to sign that to be fully 931 compliant. That was the only thing I could not get in compliance because all of them refused to sign it. When you give outside entities the ability to say no, you start to give them the ability to blacklist certain people in the industry, and you allow them to start to collude in an industry. And to give outside dispensaries the ability to decide whether farms are compliant or not, it's not really fair to the farmers in the county.
Well, you're referring to the requirement that you had to have a letter from a dispensary saying
Correct.
that they would purchase the medical cannabis that
Exactly.
you would produce. So
And until I produced it and they wouldn't sign it, but-
Yep, right, you've made the point, so thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Ashley Oldham, followed by Hannah Nelson.
Hello, my name is Ashley Oldham. I'm a farmer in Mendocino County. There's a few things I wanted to touch on. Something that's really important to me, which I've heard other people talk about here, is provisional permits. You heard me speak about that, about cultivation. I want to say that it is equally important to have it all across the board in the whole industry. To say that we can cultivate and then we don't have a way to get rid of it, we don't have a way to manufacture it. We're here because we want to comply and we don't want to break laws. We don't want to get stuck in a situation where we're going to get in trouble, we're going to go to jail, we're going to lose our properties, we're going to lose our businesses. We need to be able to have the full circle of the industry legal. So if you're going to have cultivation licenses, we need to be able to move, manufacture, trim, process. All of those things need to be able to happen. As far as transportation permits, I think that it's very important that anybody who holds any kind of permit in the industry, whether it's cultivation, manufacturing, distribution, also needs to be able to have a transportation permit regardless of their zoning. I think they should go hand in hand, because to say that we have to find drivers, that we cannot move our own medicine, is a huge expense out of our pockets and is a really good way for people to get in trouble, and that's what we want to avoid here. I also wanted to talk about adult use on sites. Like a lady said earlier, I think it is a really wonderful opportunity for us to be able to encourage tourism in Mendocino County. I think the idea of having tasting rooms is fabulous. You know, I understand about smoking indoors, maybe they can be outside, you know, I understand maybe not wanting them in city limits or whatever you want to do, but I think that they should definitely be allowed to some degree. And I think that we should be able to advertise and promote our businesses. I know that California state law has some regulations on that obviously we need to follow, but I think for you guys to say that we can't advertise and promote is a really good way to make businesses fail. All businesses need some kind of advertisement. People need to know about us for us to be able to thrive. And with that being said, I think we should also be able to have sales. We should be able to give medicine away free to patients that are legitimately ill and can't afford it. I think that that's really important, and that's really where we come from. I personally supply a lot of medicine to patients for free because they're ill, they're sick, they have cancer. I don't want them to pay for it, and that's what I do. I mean, the point of this is to produce medicine to help people, and so if we can't provide it to people that can't afford it, what's the point? All right, thank you.
Thank you. Hannah Nelson, followed by Corinne Powell.
Hi, I really thought that this was going to be more of a workshop, so I'm a little bit surprised at how it's turned into kind of a more traditional format. And also, I'm really disappointed that the materials weren't provided sooner. I think that it's, you know, a shame. We could really expedite this whole process if the public has the materials enough in advance to have a meaningful read and contribute. I am, of course, as you probably expect, we'll be submitting some future memos with detailed stuff, but I could have really expedited the process by keying in on some specifics, but I didn't have the time. I got an email at 12:51 yesterday saying that it was available, but I was in meetings all day, so I couldn't look at it until last night. I've tried to make some notes, but I've got a splitting headache. So I'm sorry. I just, I've made some notes here in general, but it's very, very frustrating, and I don't understand why it is that you call a public workshop and want participation by the public when the materials are not available. It's extremely frustrating. But moving on to more positive stuff.
And we'll give you enough extra time to compensate for what I'm going to say, but the intention was to have them available in advance, but we're like everyone else. We're, running as fast as we can, and we could get more done if we didn't have so much to do. So.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I completely understand. I just hope that we'll have additional meaningful discussion, not limited to 3 minutes each in the future, because that was the intent of a workshop format, but I'll move on. Giveaways, I think that an important distinction is that under Prop 64 OMA, it's not allowed. Giveaways are not allowed, but it was specifically intended for the recreational only venue to not do promotional giveaways. It was never intended to restrict the compassionate giving away of medicine under medical, and I think that's an extremely important distinction. Bud and breakfast, butteries, whatever we want to call them, when this topic came up many moons ago when we were talking about non-cultivation licenses, I had asked that staff think about trying to present something that would account for this kind of model, obviously with important zoning restrictions and other requirements or whatever, but I don't see something that has been kind of formulated to allow for that possibility, and I would request that staff be directed to look at that and present something. Transportation, I think it's a little bit unclear, but I think that probably this will be flushed out. Some of the concerns are not just whether individual cultivators or manufacturers or testers or whatever would need a separate transporting license, but also, is this just within the county? Obviously we can only say what is allowable within our county, but I think that some of the specifics need to be flushed out a little bit better to allow for people who need to get their products from place to place, and whether or not, as Petra said, do they actually have to rely on having a separate license, or is this an ancillary part of their cultivation license like processing is? Zoning restrictions that are presented right now are pretty untenable. I think that some of the other people have made those points, and I'll make them additionally in a later memo. With respect to provisional licenses, I want to suggest that maybe one way to handle this is not necessarily provisional licenses, although I really do like the affidavit suggestion, but perhaps a grace period against enforcement, because we now have the cannabis-specific nuisance ordinance.
And you've got to keep moving if you want to get in your points.
I only have two more things, and you interrupted me before, so I'm just trying to wrap it up.
And we gave you extra time.
So grace periods for enforcement may be a way to deal with it instead of provisional licenses or an addition. And a question with respect to this ordinance is this for inland only? That's it.
Unfortunately, yes, I believe it is inland only, although I don't see why it wouldn't be readily transferable without a lot of effort, but we're not there yet. Corinne Powell followed, Supervisor Brown.
Yes, thank you. Hannah?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say what we discussed for this workshop was in General Government Committee, and it changed as a result of only 3 supervisors being able to hear it, so we made it a full Board of Supervisors workshop. So that's, I know you were disappointed. The General Government Committee did talk about more of a roundtable discussion, et cetera. So, but this speeds up the process, just so you know.
Hopefully.
So hopefully, so it doesn't go to a standing committee, then back to a board to go over the same thing. So we're really looking at the process, and I apologize that it got somewhat changed.
Corinne Powell, followed by Stephen Amato.
Corinne Powell from Ukiah. I apologize, I was a few minutes late coming in, and if you covered these things, forgive me, but I would like clarification. Did you add to our potential licenses for the county the micro-business license?
I believe so.
Good. Excellent. One of my main unanswered questions thus far is transferability of licenses, and in our current ordinances and across the board, and it will become important for all licenses, I believe. The discussion for cultivation had been, is the license going to be with the permittee person, or is it going to be to the parcel? And I don't believe we've completely defined those possibilities, but it will be upon us soon to decide. For example, if the parcel is the licensed parcel and I am the owner of the parcel and I die, what happens to the ability of that parcel to continue to serve as a cultivating parcel? So that's my personal concern. I think it's very important, though, as other business items move forward, and certainly for cultivation. So please consider how we resolve that issue. Lastly, I am echoing some of Hannah's complaints about the availability of information, and it's not just with you. At the Planning Commission hearings, we had some late information available. What was on the screen had lines and back colors, and it was very, very difficult to read. It's very difficult to engage properly with you. So because we have seen in other agendas $130-some thousand contracts with LACO, I do believe that we have the capability to compel several days in advance of a meeting in our contracts. So that would be helpful. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Stephen Amato, followed by Kevin Shea.
Hello, Stephen Amato. I just had one question. I mean, I read through it pretty quickly and I didn't see this in there, but has there been any thoughts to some sort of temporary kind of festival type licensing for farmers markets and such? I attend all these festivals throughout the state, like the Emerald Cup, and I often wonder how legal that actually is to be doing sales at an event without any sort of licensing or permission being given, a vendor's license or whatnot. I think that would be a great benefit to our county if regular cultivators such as myself, we don't want to be at the complete beck and call of a distributor or dispensaries to be able to get our brand and name out there by getting together, having a little farmer's market, all legally, where people of 21 or older can attend and going through proper protocols set forth by the county and established. Other than that, I mean, I would also like to say that as a cultivator, any sort of activity that you would allow us to do on premise, I know people mentioned many times before about the manufacturing and non-volatile type products and stuff done on a small scale to help us to benefit our own business and business interests would definitely be a major help helping out the small farmer, probably as large as anything else that you're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Shea, and folled by Scott Willoughby.
Good morning, Kevin Shue from...
How close was I?
Very close. As close as it could be, probably. Kevin Shue from Red Valley. First, I just want to thank you, the board and the county working on this. And it's a big issue, but at the same time, I understand how complex it is. And you guys have been pushing it really hard, so I appreciate that. And I'm like as pleasant as kind of concerned when I see that when we're talking about this, we actually put recreational in there, or we're thinking about recreational. So I guess a couple focuses. I mean, if we are talking about recreational or we want to try to combine these two ordinances, we probably should plan ahead a little bit further. in terms of licensing for on-site consumption, for I don't know, a lot of people want to do tasting rooms, bed and breakfast, tourism, festivals. If we do want to go forward with the recreational discussion, we probably need to broaden the scope a little bit for licensing. And even just for medicinal use, I feel there's the 10A license, there's the multiple license holding possibilities. And if the county's direction for cultivation is, well, at least from my understanding, is focused on agricultural zone land, I feel sometimes it doesn't make sense to restrict a lot of other licensing type for agricultural zone. Especially for manufacturing, because it's kind of goes hand to hand, and really there's a timing. You really should process the trim, and then once the trim is processed, you want to be able to extract it as soon as possible while it's fresh. So I feel it's kind of like, it doesn't make sense for people to process all the trim on site, then have to take all the trim somewhere else to get it manufactured, extracted. So I definitely suggest maybe we should think about manufacturing license on ag zoned along with processing, at least just for non-volatile, or regulated through building code. So yeah, but overall, I appreciate our effort. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Scott Willoughby, and that's the last speaker form that I have.
Good morning. My name is Scott Willoughby. I'm the president of the board of directors of Mendocino Wine Growers. We represent all the wineries and vineyards here in Mendocino County to the rest of the country, working with press, working with bloggers, working with somms, people that taste wine, drink wine, buy wine, sell wine. And MWI's mission is to advance as much as possible the wine industry here in Mendocino County, and we're very proud of many of our accomplishments in that respect. I'm here today to encourage the board, of which the county is all very grateful that you guys are taking this time and examining a very difficult and I believe more of a moral issue than a legal or a business issue. And we're grateful for your efforts to try to resolve this. The wine industry looks forward to the tourism generated by this new business. We experience a little bit of tourism right now by it in terms of what we see in our tasting rooms. However, other parts of the country, as one of the other presenters pointed out, have benefited greatly by the tourism aspect of this. Tourism drives dollars, heads and beds, all the good things that we need to make the county run and to generate income and taxes and fees. I would encourage the board to step back for a second and perhaps look at Prohibition, 1920, 1933, which revolutionized the alcohol business, revolutionized distribution, sales, production, testing, quality control, labeling, identification, and all the things that are being done right now with cannabis, yet cannabis is being given, it appears, a much harder ride here in the county and even at statewide, and of course we're all concerned about what may happen at the federal level, than the alcohol business ever was or continues to exist today. Mendocino County has many, many vineyards, wineries that operate on the same premises. There's no reason really to try to force them not to. In fact, there wouldn't be much of a wine industry if we couldn't make wine right on our own premises. The Prohibition aspect did pass away. The wine industry now enjoys appellation-driven differentiation. We experienced that here in Mendocino County between Anderson Valley and the inland areas, the upper Greenwood Ridge, Yorkville Highlands, all the way down to the coast at the Navarro. We have a very, very wide diversity of climates that create different wines, as well as this county, I think, has a great opportunity to create a very wide diversity of cannabis based on appellations that Justin Convenes put together. So I would just encourage the board to try to move swiftly on this and not get too hung up in how much fees we're going to extract from people or costs or procedures. The wine industry's already been through that, and we're doing it quite successfully, over 80 years ago. And I think Mendocino County has a prime position. My last point is, as the attorney pointed out, there are other counties that are looking at this exact same issue, and they're very, very competitive to Mendocino County. They're equal distance travel. They all have destinations to stay. These are places people want to go, and that is going to drive the speed and the amount of prosperity that are brought to those communities that adopt that encouragement of that industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Agner, followed by Brian Carson.
I just want to take a moment to thank Scott, the previous speaker, and really concur with all of what he had to say. I think many people realize there is a pretty big double standard that goes on with the cannabis industry as opposed to other businesses that we encourage in the county. So thank you so much for moving forward on the non-cultivation aspects of county ordinances as far as cannabis licensing. And I operate Love It Dispensary in Mendocino. We'll celebrate our 6th anniversary next month, and we've been operating in compliance with local and state regs, and intend to continue to do so. I appreciate the level of detail in the proposal here for dispensaries, but I was kind of amazed. It's actually 5 pages for dispensaries and 1 page for manufacturing, and I found that really interesting. And the only thing I can come up with is maybe because we have been in operation for so long, we have a track record, and you know how our business operates. That's why the level of detail with manufacturing, which I think is something that needs a lot of level of detail so we can ensure safety for, facilities, neighborhoods, environment, effluent discharge, etc. I'd like to invite anybody on county staff or the Board of Supervisors who would like to come and spend some time at our dispensary and see how we operate and see that it is pretty much a regular retail operation. Please contact me, and you'd be more than welcome to spend some time there. I could give you a tour so you can see what the day-to-day operations are like. A couple other quick things. I just want to say that I want to echo the importance of provisional licensing, especially for transportation. Right now, yes, for those of us who got in on the urgency ordinance, we can cultivate, but we can't do anything with it. That's all. You can cultivate it, and as a dispensary, you can sell it, and everything in between is very nebulous. If I need to go pick up an order from one of our suppliers, anything could happen to me along the way, and I might end up in jail that day just for trying to get a licensed product from a manufacturer to my licensed dispensary so that we can sell it to bona fide medical patients. So I think that we can't really wait 1.5 years for that. It's not tenable. And now I understand that possibly state licensing might be pushed back till 2019. So, we're really operating in a lot of gray zones. And once again, when I've had more time to read through this, I'll probably be submitting more comments in writing so that, we can work together to make something that is very workable all the way around for the county, for the residents of the county, and for those of us involved in the cannabis industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Carson, and that's the last card I have at this time. So if you're hoarding your cards out there, please turn them in.
Hi, my name is Brian Carson. I live in the Anderson Valley. I actually run a business doing supercritical CO2 extraction of hops for a couple of large breweries. And we are lucky enough to be in an industrially zoned section. One of my concerns, I originally came to talk about possibility of provisional transportation licenses, but in looking through the document here, one of the couple of the things, 20.243.035, it's in that it's saying for any kind of facility that would need to be 200 feet or greater from any properly a licensed residence. Problem is that when you put manufacturing in industrially zoned areas, the problem is that I'm in an industrially zoned area. The property next to me is an industrially zoned property. The only thing on that industrially zoned property is a residence. This county gave me a license to run my equipment with legal botanical extraction yesterday, every day this year. And you guys gave me the green light and gave me the permission to do that, and I am not 200 feet from that residence. So it's, and unfortunately, as my business goes right now, I'm in full compliance. If I ever decide to utilize and extract CBD with a license, unfortunately, with that part in there, the 200 feet or greater, I'm not going to be able to. I can stay afloat with running hops. I can stay afloat with running rose out of Hildesburg, rose oil. But when it comes down to being positioned and actually be able to use my equipment for what will end up being illegal botanical material, I can't, because that's going to put a further burden on me that doesn't seem necessary. I can understand if we're talking federal prohibition, possibility of some sort of containment for just simply a different material. And so that's a concern of mine. I'd like, I look forward to the months ahead where we can really dig into this. I think it's going to be helpful. There are some businesses running this equipment that you guys are thinking about allowing already with traditional businesses in this county. With that as well, Sonoma County has chosen to classify ethanol as being non-volatile, therefore type 6 license. As it stands right now, there are at least 3 businesses licensed through this county to use alcohol extraction for other materials. They're not required to be in industrial zoning. Matter of fact, they're not even required to be closed loop. And I can tell you from experience that no one goes out and inspects those people. I know some of them, they've been doing this for 4.5 years and they've never had an inspection. So there seems to be a double standard as far as, the same facilities, the same processes, and all of a sudden it being cannabis and it not. Sorry, the one last thing I actually came here to talk about was the possibility of provisional transportation license, if for no other reason than to protect the 99 plant gardens. I have a friend that, to the T, letter of the law, did everything, paid everything, told the sheriff exactly where he was going to be taking his medicine out of the county, and as soon as he hits Cloverdale, there's Roanoke Park City police officers sitting in the median. They pull him over and he goes, look, I have a 99 plant permit, everything there. And they say, where's your transportation license? He said, well, I don't have one. They go, you have 2 choices. Give us your material or go to jail. And so he went to jail. All right. And that is only because you guys allow them to do every bit of this.
You've made your point.
Okay. So if you guys could possibly think about putting that, provisionally immediately for those people that have done everything they possibly can, that'll help keep them out of jail. Thank you so much for your time.
So, next speaker, please. I see a gentleman coming forward. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board on this issue? Seeing no one come forward, no hands go up. Is it Fred?
Fred Marshall, yes.
Will be our last speaker.
Thank you. My name is Fred Marshall. I've been an organic farmer in this county since early 70s. I'm now making a high CBD tincture. It's a 20-to-1. It's not psychoactive. I'm operating now, at home, so it's a cottage industry. Then the plan is to, go into a larger facility. But the point that I want to make is that I think in this county that a lot of our economic base is going to be on the farm value-added activity, like people making jams and jellies out of their berries. And I think there really needs to be some provision for a limited number of large facilities, but a rather large number of cottage industry facilities. That's all I have to say. Thank you for all your time and effort on this.
Thank you. I'll make one last call. Is there anyone who hasn't spoken yet who would like to at this time? Please come forward.
Hello, My name is Syracuse Golden Ghost. I work with Maverick Farm Solutions, a local facilitator for people attempting to enter the permit programs in Mendocino County. And I would like to posit that maybe 1,000-foot setback as a blanket provision for all the different permit types may not make a lot of sense. Some of these permits are for things that don't involve any public activity. There's no sale out the door. There isn't a lot of traffic involved. And maybe the setbacks don't make a lot of sense because we do have some industrial and commercial zones which are immediately near schools, which schools do set up in industrial zones. So that might end up pushing out a lot of the usable space that is in Mendocino County, and limiting people in their ability to actually find a site in this county simply by our odd geography that we have here, where we don't have large industrial zones that will take them far from a city center or a school area, and including churches and other child-related facilities could also be problematic. As an example, if someone were to set up a daycare down the street from an industrial facility that would otherwise be allowed to carry a permit, suddenly that spot is no longer available. I would suspect that the unintended consequences might be something to the effect that the person looking to set up a licensed facility would ask the owner of the child-related facility to move or try to buy up the property and discontinue their lease. I think the unintended consequences could get really weird and ugly. So I'd just like you guys to consider that possibility. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate the work you guys are doing today.
Thank you. So that concludes public comment, at least for now. I do want to say this is a workshop, and one of the number one things that means is the board won't be taking any final action today. Any direction that we give to staff on potential revisions will be tentative. It will come back to the board for further discussion, further public comment before we're in a position to actually act on it. And I would like to thank all the public who came forward and who spoke. I think you've raised a lot of good points, and perhaps first we might, well, I see Supervisor Jurdy has a comment, but I was going to suggest maybe we would go first to staff to respond to some of the points that have been raised, and then we can go further with board questions. So whoever would like to start.
Hi, Beth Burks from Lako Associates. I heard a lot of great feedback, and actually I have a list here of things that has come up I would really like to add to what we're seeking policy direction on. The first being if we can allow some level of manufacturing in ag areas and what that might look like. So I heard that quite a few times, and that would be a good thing to get clarification. And a few people also mentioned the provision for some type of discretionary review. So I wouldn't use the term variance, that has a special meaning in planning, but in terms of, is there an exception we want to build in? I think in general, the zoning code really lacks exception provisions, but that is something we could look at doing here, with some type of discretionary review if what they're proposing, we can establish some findings if you're interested in.
So you're tying that specifically to the possibility of allowing manufacturing in ag, or would we have the possibility of some sort of discretionary review kind of across the board?
Yeah, I would say it's up to you, but yeah, even across the board.
So that's the question.
That's the question, yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And then also, some guidance about just grandfathering in existing, if somebody's existing and they're compliant, we've done that in the cultivation ordinance to some extent. So, if that's a direction you want to go, I think we could build in language for that. And, if we could have business offices located in more districts, I think our initial approach was to keep them somewhat consistent with commercial districts where you would expect to see business offices. But if they are, accessory and subordinate to another type of use, we may want to make it clear that there's a provision for a certain amount of square footage to be allowed to operate. Of course, you need an administrative area for almost any business. And then could the transportation permit be issued in multiple zones or more zones than we're, describing? that's certainly something to think about. A lot of that, obviously you do the bulk of your business on the road. You're not doing it from wherever you're at. So that's certainly something I'd like to hear more information about. I think we heard a couple people mention the temporary festival licensing. That's something we didn't address at all, and I think that would be good to add. And then a quick comment about the last speaker, the setbacks of 1,000 feet. Those are what has been proposed in the cultivation ordinance, so we carried them over here. I believe the state law would allow us to go down to 600 feet.
From a school?
From a youth-oriented, or from a school.
Well, I think state law only references a school.
Okay.
Am I correct on that?
I can look it up.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So we might have to parse out those a little further then if we want to reduce.
Thank you.
And that's my list. Thank you.
And just one general comment I would make. There is a lot of cross-pollination between what's recommended here and the cultivation ordinance, and some of it I think has more applicability than others, so that's something that'll be refined as we go forward. Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, there was an interesting question that came up about, at least we heard an example of someone who said they were on industrial property. They said their neighbor was industrial, but the neighbor had a residence. And I'm just thinking back to Fort Bragg, had a comprehensive general plan adoption in 1982, and it may have been the first time they actually adopted zoning for Fort Bragg. I'm not sure. But at any rate, there's a section in town that was zoned heavy industrial at that time, and there were one or two legacy houses in that neighborhood. But I know over time at least one of those houses has gone away, and I'm not even sure if anybody lives on any of the remaining house. So I can kind of see that happening where a city or a county adopts zoning at some point, and you have legacy buildings already in place. So I guess I'm curious about the thought there, because you might say, well, at some point someone's choosing to live in a house in a different zoning district. I mean, and you probably have, unless that person owned the house before the zoning took effect, they moved into an industrial zone property that had a house. So that probably limited the number of people who wanted to live in that house potentially because of the zoning of the neighborhood. So it does seem that the setback requirement could be, if the board agreed, I mean, it could be clarified that was 200 feet or greater from a separate residential parcel unless the parcel was on land zone commercial or industrial. I mean, there does seem some reason to account for the fact that a parcel may have a different zoning than the activity in that case.
A good point, I think. One other kind of overall point I'd like to raise is, to me, it seems a little bit backwards, and this is a business license ordinance primarily. So the primary licensing authority appears to be the treasurer tax collector. Gee, I hope he's okay. And I don't know if you all want to be sitting right there either. At least until to noon, or at least direct them not to come through the ceiling. So it seems to me a better way to organize this, since so much of it really is related to planning and building and land use aspects, zoning, that you would first go through the process with the appropriate department, and they won't all be through the same department, but it just seems like you'd get your permit, and then your last step would be you'd pay your business license once we know you're approved, instead of the process starts with the business license, and then you might go through a use permit process before you actually are approved and can operate. It just seems a little kind of convoluted to me. So anyone who would care to respond?
Is it on? Chair McGowan, members of the board, Sherry Shatmeyer, Treasurer, Tax Collector. I'm trying to be a total team player here, and whatever is asked of us, we will do to make this process work. One of the reasons that it is starting with us is the direction that we're getting. Pretty much, I think it's probably from the board too, but I know from the CEO's office, is that our office is going to be the office that collects everything. So even though the ag department's doing cultivation, all the fees will come to us first. So I think part of the process that, and I've been a little late to the party here, but I'm coming on board now because we're getting more towards my section. I think a lot of it is the thought was that it should start and end at one place. But I know that because we have to set up for Measure AI taxes, there's some things we need to be at the beginning stage of a lot of this, because regardless of who's going to have even a business license, which what I'm hearing, cultivators are not going to have a business license, but they still are going to have to register with us. That could be no fee, but we have to have each entity is going to have some kind of registration with us. And I think that with the property tax system, Aumentum, that the business module that we're looking at. In fact, I got to take a peek at that earlier this week. I was down in San Francisco at a conference, and with that, what it looks like is we're going to have a business account number for every type of business, regardless if you're a cultivator, if you're, a dispensary, if you're a transporter, whatever you are. But then with that, because we've got a lot of moving parts with this, because not only are we going to have fees that we're going to be collecting for other departments, but we're going to be having everybody set up for some type of a tax, whether it's a gross receipts tax or a fixed fee of the $2,500 like what Measure AI calls for. But then we're also going to be collecting possible business licenses, which it sounds like we will definitely be doing that for facilities. So I think that was kind of the thought. We're open to whatever you guys want to do. I'm just telling you, we're a team player in this process. Whatever we need to do to make this work, we're all in.
Thank you. And, I understand that everyone will have to go through your office in that they will be required to pay taxes under our tax measure AI that was approved by the voters. So obviously you're the point of contact for everyone in that sense, that every one of these licensed or permitted businesses will have to pay taxes. But it still doesn't make sense to me that if someone needs a use permit, they would necessarily start with you. If they get approved for a use permit, they're going to have to see you to be registered to pay taxes and to secure a business license. If they need one, cultivators don't, unless they're engaged in some other type of business that where they're having explicit business activity, I guess. Is that the thought? Or do all the cultivators have to have a business license?
That's something that I originally thought that everybody would have a business license, but what I'm understanding now is that cultivation that's not required, a business license. So, I mean, that's a policy decision that I think this board's going to make.
And that issue aside, though, everyone will need to go through your office who is approved, because they will have to pay taxes.
Correct, and that's what happens now with the regular business license, is everybody comes through us first. There's things on the regular business license that we need to streamline that we have not got to, which I think this process here may help with that. But with the regular business license right now, I think that model is already in place, where it comes to us first, and then we send it to planning, and then so we get the permits to operate from the health department, that kind of thing.
And that's and one or two more, and I'll go to my colleagues, but I think has occasionally proven to be rather problematical, and the process has not been clear.
True.
And then also, we require a business license from everybody, but we have many businesses that are not called upon to pay taxes to the county, other than property tax.
Correct.
So, thank you. Colleagues?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just feel anything that is a cash transaction, which a lot will be, I'm sure, need to go through the treasurer's office with receipts issued. So anything that happens with any of these licenses, permits, I believe need to go through the treasurer's office.
Well, I would ask, how does it happen if I come to the planning department now for a use permit? Don't I pay at the counter or a building permit?
You will pay at the Mary Lynn Hunt Planning Department. You will make an application and pay for the use permit at the planning department counter. And I don't think there's anything that may prevent you from going ahead, if you know you need a use permit, to apply for your use permit anytime. And then, you know, if granted, then you can, and correct me if I'm wrong, but then you could go and apply to the tax collector's office for your permit. So like Ms. Schapmeyer just said, business licenses currently always start with the tax collector's office, come to the planning department for review. At that point, we hold a lot of business licenses and tell them that they need their use permit. So once that's approved, back to the tax collector's office. So they are the beginning and end of business licenses currently, even when use permits are required for other types of businesses.
Thank you. Other comments? Supervisor Jurdy? Supervisor Brown?
Well, I'm going to make my point one more time. We might see a lot of cash transactions. Okay? And I don't know how it exactly to be set up, but I feel there has to be good accounting for that. I think we talked about, we didn't talk about, but we look in hindsight, when we began the 9.31 and the feds wanted all the accounting on it, you know, it was difficult to produce, given HIPAA law and a lot of other reasons. But I think a good bookkeeping process is needed, and if most of these people are coming with cash, then we need to have a specific bookkeeping process where it's taken care of. Checks are a different thing. You can follow those. But with cash, I do think everything should go through the treasurer. And I don't know if you have any other input. I guess maybe this is ahead of where we should be. But with cash, I just want to see it all go through the treasurer's office.
Yeah, I mean,
Supervisor Jurdy.
So, I mean, I'm not hearing a reason myself. I'm not hearing a reason not to start with the treasurer's office. I mean, because what I heard is that even in the instances where there would not be a business license required, the module you're getting will also have for a sort of a business ID number that's used internally by the county. And it seems to me that that's important as part of the county's internal tracking system to have that. I'm just guessing. So I'm comfortable with it starting and ending at the treasurer's office.
I can go along with that, but then I'm going to approach this a bit of a different way. Instead of having all of the operational requirements for manufacturing or a dispensary be in the business license, you know, I think I would break those out separately, and I guess as I speak, actually we have. But I think it's kind of problematical the way this is organized now, because there's been an attempt, which I generally approve of, to put all the general conditions up front, but I think a lot of the general conditions are too general, and they don't really apply to a dozen different license types, or 7 or 8 different license types. So I think it makes it more challenging for someone who wants to engage in manufacturing to simply go to, here are the regulations for manufacturing. They have to pick through this whole thing to try and sort it out. And again, I do think they tend to be overly general, and a lot of them aren't necessarily going to apply. And some of the carryover from the cultivation ordinance is going to apply to very few of these permits, except if we get into allowing a lot of on-site manufacturing, and then more of them would come into play. We are going to break for lunch in a few minutes. We will come back. Supervisor Jurdy and I have a meeting during the lunch hour. So we might be coming back at 1:30 or...
Sure. That's fine with me, yeah.
Okay, so, and maybe staff can consult with each other to some degree over the lunch hour, and, because I think part of what the board will know, you know, to what extent can we allow on-site manufacturing, at least local transportation permits. You know, I don't think we have the ability to issue a transportation permit that's going to be valid beyond the borders of Mendocino County, but what actions can we take to allow people who are frankly currently engaged in 3 or 4 different activities, and I know some of that is going to be restricted by state law, and unfortunately the Medical Cannabis Regulation and Safety Act and the Adult Use of Marijuana Act don't necessarily line up in every regard, but I think there will be interest in trying to allow small operators to still function on an economically viable basis. So how much, and then I believe we have a great deal more leeway in 2017 than we will have once state licenses are required starting in 2018 at the earliest. So in that regard, we might be able to adopt something that we think makes sense for small operators, and we can legally adopt that in 2017, and maybe that helps pave the way for at least consideration of these issues at the state level before they roll out all of the state license requirements. Is that? And I would go to my colleagues if they have any thing they'd like to add before we recess.
No, I think you covered it.
Okay. So thank you. We will return at 1:30, and we will, I'm sure, be discussing the policy questions that have been raised by staff. So thank you. Everybody, we're returning to session this afternoon, taking up the cannabis permits for non-cultivation permit types. And I think we're probably ready to go to the board for discussion of the policy considerations that staff has raised. But first, I will go to Mary Lynn Hunt.
So during the lunch break, we as staff discussed a lot of things, and I don't know if you want to hear that before you go to
Please.
Your discussion. So I was elected to be the spokesperson, so bear with me. So we took a lot of what the public had to comment on and kind of address it. There's a lot of unanswered questions, of course, but I'm going to go down and just give you the topics that we touched on to let you know where we as staff feel about this. So the first one was there was a lot of concern about manufacturing at existing cultivation sites, and we do agree that there should be more discussion on that as far as staff goes, and we'll look into it. We want to explore the option of maybe an accessory to existing cultivation sites with non-volatile material, and maybe scaling it down. We talked about just throwing stuff out on the table real quick. Maybe, allowed just for crops grown on site, no employees. I mean, just different things. So we'll take that to another level. And we would like to announce that edibles would be excluded from that site. We need more information from the state before we could talk about manufacturing of edibles. So then there was a topic regarding business offices. When we look at these regulations, we're looking at it as far as land use goes. So business offices to us mean offices that are established, maybe, multiple growers want to establish one business location. They have employees on site. They have customers coming in to discuss business options. Those are business offices as far as what our code is addressing. A business office for a grower that might have a little home office or accessory, as long as you don't have employees and customers coming on site, those are just accessory to your existing. It's a home office, so we have no problem with that.
I don't think you even need any kind of permit or clearance for that.
Maybe, like maybe a business license for it, but it would just go along. If you're getting a cultivation permit, it would just go along with that.
Do you have a license for your home office? I'm being a little
I do know that we issue a lot of business licenses for home offices.
Okay.
Transportation licenses. Transportation is defined within this ordinance. It has to do with locations of businesses that are transportation businesses. They have fleet storage. They're running their transportation business from that site. This transportation has nothing to do with the transportation of the product or the crop. That's a whole nother topic that we're not addressing here. Some of that's addressed in the cultivation or is it the cultivation ordinance or can't remember.
Well, I think it's addressed in state law, but those regulations don't necessarily take effect before 2018.
We were also discussing what we would need to do if you wanted to allow pre-value added movement of goods from cultivators, and really if you want to allow that. I don't know if you would necessarily need them to have a transportation license, or if you could say that's allowed under your cultivation permit and we'll issue travel manifest and track and trace. But we wanted to make sure for this that we're talking about people that get into the business and what are they? They're just transporting goods for people. Pretty much they're transporting goods between license types. But if you wanted to address something to allow a farmer to do kind of pre-value added movement, you're taking your product to a dispensary, you're taking your product to a manufacturer that's going to buy it from there and transform the product. We can have that discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Thank you.
So the fourth item, there was some comments regarding farmers market sales, festivals. At this time, I think we need to check a lot more into what the state will allow. And we thought those were great ideas, your bed and breakfast inns, those type of things. But we may not be able to at this time address it. That might be at a different time in the future, depending what the state comes up with. We can address, I think Sarah brought up, we can address on-site consumption for retail sales only at this time, so we'll take a look into that. The other thing was the 200-foot setbacks from residences on separate parcels. Right now, that was taken from the cultivation ordinance. You have, to be a cultivator, you have to be a minimum of 200 feet from a residence that's on a separate legal parcel. So there was the comment regarding industrial sites. If you have an industrial site and there may be a residence next door, we're going to take a more in-depth look at that, because those were very valid points, I thought. 6, there was the talk of variances, which we would not use that term. We'll look at exceptions, and we'll give that definitely a higher level of review. And I think that a lot of that had to do with cultivators that wanted to do manufacturing. And so they wanted an exception because they already do a certain amount of processing and manufacturing with their crops. So that topic may go away depending on where we come back with. We'd like to take a lot deeper look into the general provision section. There might be some of that can be moved or actually go away. So the last item, I think, was the business license. There was a question regarding the business license, and somebody's going to back me up here, because I think Supervisor McCown, that was one of your first questions maybe regarding business license. And
I was vetoed by Supervisor Brown.
Oh. I'm going to let Mr. Kurdowski talk to that.
I believe this comment was based on what we're looking at for enforcement on the youth sales. And we'll take a second look at the tobacco ordinance and make sure this is going back and forth and they're consistent with each other. I was looking at them briefly on my laptop, and I think we may be adding some things, or at least will be clarified, so there's no issue with that. But I'll look at the tobacco ordinance and see how that works.
If I could add in this, so I don't. This may or may not be relevant to the county's tobacco ordinance enforcement, but the county adopted a program before the city of Fort Bragg. So the city of Fort Bragg had the advantage of adopting it after and learning from the county's ordinance. And the feedback we got from some of the retailers in Fort Bragg, and I would say a very, very responsible retailer in Fort Bragg, who wanted to basically fire his employees if they violated his training about not selling to kids. But his request was that the city inform him within 48 hours, I think it was, because at some point the videotape gets erased, and that's what he needed legally to fire the employee. He couldn't base it just on this. And so I know that was an issue that I would say responsible employers want to know the information as quickly as possible, and that I believe the way the city of Fort Bragg's ordinance is structured, there's like a warning and maybe a fine, and then it kind of ratchets it up, and then at some point you temporarily lose your license to sell tobacco at some point. So I don't know, you might want to look at the city of Fort Bragg's ordinance as well, is what I'm saying.
Thank you very much.
Anything further from staff at this point?
I think that wraps it up, unless someone wants to add to what I've said. Otherwise, we're ready to write.
And so we'll go down the list of policy considerations identified in the staff memo, and there might be some duplication. Supervisor Jurdy.
I don't know if there was something you brought up, Mary Lynn, where you talked quickly. I didn't quite catch it all.
I'm sorry, I was talking fast.
On the bed and breakfast issue, and I guess I wasn't clear on what you said that the staff was going to do on that.
We're going to take a closer look, because I think the state may have to regulate that at some level. I don't know if we're in a position to really regulate that now because of the it's like it's an on-site consumption. It's typically that fee, what you're paying for when you stay overnight at a place, you might be paying for your breakfast and your overnight accommodation. In this case, then the bed and breakfast owner would be then incorporating the amount of the product into your overnight cost.
And that's
so
the complication.
They become a retailer of, they're now, are they selling it? So there's all kinds of questions.
And when we looked at the festivals, we also examined what they do for the Anderson Valley Brewing Festival or Sierra Nevada, where at that point you're also getting an ABC license. So at what point, if they're doing that kind of stuff, would they need a state license for that activity?
Okay, my only thought on that is that it does seem, I've heard interest in the community in figuring a way for bed and breakfast to offer that. And I don't know if it's going to be 5 of them or 50 of them, but some number seem to be interested in that aspect. So I'm hoping we look at, is it an option that we have?
That's what we need to look into.
Okay, thanks.
And we definitely will. Thank you.
Thank you. So, direction on the extent cannabis facilities should be regulated locally. And I don't think we have any disagreement that we would like to see them regulated locally rather than to leave everything to the state.
Mm-hmm.
So the direction is clear on that. We're going down the right path here. The issue of performance standards or having a performance standards manual, and this would be to reduce the amount of revision that might otherwise be necessary to the ordinance itself. My thought is we're going to be revising the ordinance anyway in all likelihood. So I'm not sure we gain a lot by having a performance standards manual, but staff response and then or board members.
Reasons we use for that.
Well, so I'll put this out there. I know that there are agencies that will sometimes put some rules in a different document, more for the convenience of making updates. And I think when it's done, it's sometimes done because it's rather than having first reading, second reading, the cumbersome process of amending an ordinance. That's usually the reason for doing that. So, was that the thinking of staff?
That was part of our thinking. Deputy County Counsel Matt Kudrowski. We looked into, for our Williamson Act policies and procedures, it had been an ordinance. We adopted that by resolution into a separate document for ease of being able to change them without first and second reading. But still, notice is required of any changes. Here, we also looked at initial drafts may have had these performance standards built into the ordinance themselves for every single thing. And part of the standards, we're getting to things that we don't really ask of other businesses generally in the county for hand washing stations and things like that. Those were coming from state law, however. And so we were looking at having some kind of a manual that we're referring to that puts in one place all the performance standards that would be required. We wouldn't be adopting our own standards, but we're trying to refer to things that are being required by the state law.
In that regard, it sounds as though this manual is something wouldn't be required for us to do at all. It'd potentially be a convenience to the regulated community, and it would also spare us the duplication of putting existing state law into our ordinance.
Correct.
It wouldn't be so much adopting separate standards that would be a companion to our ordinance.
It would be referring to the same standards that would, at some point, the state, when they have their permits, they will probably have these conditioned. Until that point in time, we did feel it was possibly a good idea to be referring to what was in the state law because we're the only permitting authority at this point in time if we go forward before the state has their license and permits. So having something reflecting there are still these state law requirements that you must adhere to, even if it was in a separate manual, for at least the time being, until the state will be thinking about those things as well as part of their permitting. It was a good idea to have that here and being at least referred to in the ordinance, if not within the ordinance.
Wouldn't it also work just as well to, those things that we think are really essential to assuring that we're mitigating neighborhood impacts, incorporate those things into our ordinance, and maybe it's somewhat on a bare bones basis, but then we would also have the catch-all and must adhere to all of the state standards when adopted. Something.
I think that was the hope is what we were trying to do. So if looking at things with a site plan or an operations plan, those remained in the ordinance itself for our permitting procedures, referring to these other standards outside of that, the hand washing stations, and that's the clearest example I can have from the performance standards, still referring to that as these are still required, you got to do them. They're incorporated as requirements as part of your permit. We're just not listing each of them specifically in the ordinance.
Mm-hmm. Well, this probably isn't the most vital part of our discussion, but Mr. Jensen. Maybe it is.
Well, thank you. David Jensen, Environmental Health Director. One of the reasons that I lobbied for the creation of this manual rather than the inclusion of a lot of, quite honestly, worker protection clauses in the ordinance is that because when we attended the Cannabis Summit in Sacramento last week, we received fairly strong assurances that many of the state regs, particularly those for adult use, were going to be set out for comment as early as mid-April. And so it seemed prudent for us. We don't want to wait until mid-April to push this ordinance forward. But at the mid-April point, we would be able to have a fairly well-designed performance manual that would foreshadow what is coming from the state at the end of the year. So we could kind of have our cake and eat it too, if you will. We could move forward with the ordinance and yet have standards, performance standards, that are more closely aligned with what we expect to see from the state. And for that reason, I was personally very uncomfortable with some of the standards that we were proposing putting into the ordinance. So that was my rationale.
Can we be assured that local permits will be available upon ordinance adoption in 30 days, et cetera, whether or not the performance standards manual has yet been approved? Because I wouldn't want to hold up a permit because we haven't dotted every I on the performance standards manual.
I do not recall reading anything in the ordinance that ties the issuance of a permit to the performance standards. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's my understanding, is that we could issue the permit.
And County Council is furrowing his brow.
Honestly, the other consideration, and forgive me if I speak out of turn, but the issuance of the permit is also tied to the issuance of any administrative or use permit, which we will.
That's where the provisional or some concept like that comes in.
Correct.
So, Mary Lynn Hunt, planning. One other thing that I think is important about the procedurals manual is that it calls to a lot of things, because right now a lot of this is planning department based criteria. A lot of the stuff in that manual, honestly, planning doesn't care if you've got a hand wash station. That's not something we regulate, and we don't want to do that. That falls into another division. So it's a lot of different agencies that might have regulations in there, and we all like to regulate our own little corners of the world. So I don't want to get into making sure you've got your hand wash station there.
And I wouldn't want that to be a violation of someone's permit.
Right.
Deputy County Counsel furrows his brows a lot. It just made me think twice about what exactly the ordinance says, and I couldn't comment as to what exactly it does say off the top of my head in terms of if there's a board approval or is it delegate authority for that manual, and how we might specify that better in the future. So how our performance standards are just perhaps adopted by environmental health.
Mm-hmm.
And I would also add that some of those standards are going to be really the state's responsibility. Like if you look at normal laboratories now, at no point do they really get oversight from the county besides making sure obviously you're in proper zoning. So a way for us to give them guidelines, and at some point a lot of these things is really going to be completely regulated and inspected either by the state or through some type of agreement with locals to enforce state code.
Supervisor Brown.
Well, and thinking about this whole thing over, something that was going through my mind, and I'm going to go back to the cultivation ordinance, had to do with Native American artifacts when those are found. Most contractors know when they're grading and they find artifacts, they have to stop until it's examined. And it went through my head, how would someone that's never been under that regulation know that rule? And that with the cultivation, education, schooling, but having something to relate to all the other regulations that get pulled in when you're farming or developing of some sort. So that went through my mind a few days ago.
So that is support for a performance standards manual.
I think it would be very helpful.
Mm-hmm. Supervisor Jurdy?
I think it makes sense to pull some things out and into a performance standard manual rather than putting it all in the ordinance. So.
And do we also support the concept that these can proceed on parallel tracks, and that being able to issue permit, we would hope that this would, or my hope, and I'm checking in, I would hope the ordinances would be written in a way that completion of the issuance of permits wasn't contingent upon completion of the performance standards manual. And
I agree with that.
Yeah.
So we have 3 people saying yes to that, and I see staff giving assent that it can be done that way. So the next issue, direction to draft adult use ordinances that mirror the proposed local medical structure. Board members?
I think you'd want to mirror it to the extent that it made sense. There might be some reasons why one would be different from the other, and haven't thought through all those reasons. Or I don't know. Does staff have some suggestions on where there'd be some variance between the two?
And I guess I'm still stuck on, I don't know why we couldn't write one ordinance that is worded appropriately, so that we're writing ordinances that apply to cannabis consistent with state law. And we do have the table that shows there are some differences between what the state requires for recreational and medical, and we also have commercial medical in the mix now. But it just seems feasible to write one ordinance where we are generally referring to cannabis activity or commercial cannabis activity, and then in those instances where there needs to be some further restriction or clarification based on medical or based on recreational allows something differently, we call that out specifically. I don't know if that makes it more complicated than doing the separate ordinances. A reaction from staff on, I think county council is kind of signaling, let it's complicated enough to do them separately.
I think it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, quite frankly.
Oh.
I think either you're going to have 2 ordinances and be needing to parse what you're doing between the 2, or you have one ordinance that has to get specific as to what's allowed under 2 different aspects of state law. So we could certainly try and do, if we want to try and keep it in one ordinance and one chapter, we can take a whack at it, but it could still end up being complicated.
I would prefer making the effort to combine it into one and then just be specific in those instances where differences in the law make that necessary. I heard it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, so board members?
Well, I'm flexible. I mean, let's see what happens and where we need to go when we start attempting to do what we're attempting. Maybe it won't work. I'm willing to give them the latitude to go forward however.
Okay.
I'm flexible too, but I do like the concept of putting it into one ordinance because it does seem like it would be easier for people to find things. So if it could be done, great.
So the clear direction is that the county should draft adult use ordinances, or there's support to attempt to incorporate them into one ordinance if that proves feasible. So the board's saying we would like you to attempt that, and if you run into some hurdles, then we can back away from that approach. Should the county allow on-site consumption for adult use? Board members? And state law will allow that for recreational. It seems to ban it for medical, and yet I can put down my medical card and put on my recreational hat, presumably. So I see people kind of going along with, yeah, what's to stop anyone? But anyway, board members?
Well, I think it depends of the actual business that's going on, whether that should be allowed or not. I haven't thought of the examples. Tasting room?
We could take a crack at maybe some provisions that would allow on site, so we can maybe take a deeper look on, like, for instance, smoking indoors as opposed to outdoors, different things like that. We could attempt to allow some and see if you guys like it.
So my thought is, I mean, I think it would make sense to allow for on-site. However, I also think that having on-site is also going to trigger the potential, anyway, for neighborhood concerns that might not be there if it was just a retail situation.
Excuse me.
So it might trigger if an applicant came in and wanted on-site use, and that may fit their business model, but that might trigger more neighborhood comment.
And aren't we primarily talking about dispensaries at this point? Or what other of these license types would you expect to see, other than people are doing whatever they do anyway and will continue to do so? But in terms of formal regulations, wouldn't that apply primarily to a dispensary?
Pretty much. For recreation, they call it a retail outlet, so a retail store. That would be it. That's what we would be talking about, not some of the other stuff like bed and breakfast and, like a tasting room you might see at like a winery.
Well, it's kind of odd, because doesn't the Adult Use Marijuana Act prohibit public consumption? Off-site. So the allowances for any on-site business, like a restaurant, could allow recreational use? Do we know?
No, but in Colorado,
I'm going to recognize Hannah Nelson, who, and we're not broadly opening up public comment, but on this point.
Yeah, I understand that the Adult Use Act allows for on-site consumption. I just want to point out, not just smoking, there are other edibles. But that was anticipated for cannabis businesses, not for non-cannabis businesses.
That's what I thought. Thank you. And Hannah, beyond dispensaries, what do you think that would apply to?
Conceivably, the bud and breakfast, winery,
And we'll
whatever.
get to that,
And then I guess the only other question that I would have is, and I just don't know about this, a bakery? I mean, if there's some kind of edible business that has an edible specific license that also goes through the food licensing process separately, I don't know.
Thank you.
Sure.
So we may be getting into the realm that the state hasn't fully considered either.
And as I said, it depends on what the use is.
Well, I do believe we have
business type.
Unanimous support to allow on-site consumption. Is that correct? Within established parameters?
Yeah, I think there should be a way to allow it. I'm just saying I think we should be anticipating that in some circumstances, there could be much more neighborhood comment, and there needs to be some way to address that.
Right.
I mean, maybe it requires a minor use permit or something, or because in some cases you are going to get more comment.
I agree with that. Supervisor Brown?
It sounds like the two of you are in agreement, and I'm flexible, so I'll
Oh.
agree.
Supervisor
Okay.
McCowan, if I may. Sorry.
Yes.
With regards to Supervisor Jurdy, all of these uses for dispensary, they all require some type of review and, administrative permit, use permit, so there would be some type of public notice to that.
Okay, thanks.
And then is it fair to say that in terms of what we would expect to see in the ordinance, in terms of the on-site consumption, we are primarily talking about dispensaries at this time, and then we're going to discuss the bed and breakfast aspect a little bit later in the discussion here? Is that
At the future, and we need to do more review ourselves, so I don't know, having future discussion today, I don't know if that's going to be possible. I think we need to do more research.
And again, I think we can discuss that a bit more later, but right now we're saying dispensaries, we're willing to see a version come back that allows for on-site with certain parameters probably.
But did we get clarification, or is it retailers for adult use?
Well, retailers for adult use, but, but isn't that kind of 601, half a dozen of the other also?
David Jensen, Environmental Health Director. My concern with the on-site consumption for adult use, so far everything that's been mentioned has been an edible or something like that. Picture a hookah bar. Okay, that's on-site consumption, adult use. Are we talking the difference between, we know there's a difference between off-site sale of alcohol at a grocery store, a gas station, or a liquor store versus on-site consumption at a bar. And so I think as we discuss this on-site consumption issue, we need to be slow, cautious, and very careful of the limitations that we place on this, because it's
Well, or that we place limitations on it. Which are you saying?
I'm saying that it's a very fascinating concept when we talk about bed and breakfast, and once we open that box, we want to be very careful what comes out of it. It could very quickly become something that we're less comfortable with. So I caution that we do this all very deliberately.
Understood, and of course, the current laws regarding smoking tobacco products are very restrictive, but I think smoke shops, under certain conditions, they are allowed to provide for that, correct? Although why you would want to go there and do that, I don't know.
Vape shops, it's not my world. But I just wanted to express that concern.
Okay, so proceed with caution then, but we're willing to look at that. Should the county prohibit or limit giveaways and promotions for medical or adult use dispensaries / retail outlets? Board members. Supervisor Brown.
Well, we heard in testimony today, and I think it was Miss Oldham that said when someone was sick and couldn't afford medicinal marijuana, that cannabis, that she would give it away.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel that should be something that people can receive that cannot afford to buy it, or helping someone that's sick.
Yeah.
So I think she made a very valid statement that we need to support for medicinal cannabis.
And if we wanted to make that distinction, then we would provide for a compassion program.
That's
At our next meeting, I can also bring you, I think it's Sonoma County that had some language specifically addressing that realm, just if you're interested in looking at it and considering if that could be beneficial.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yeah, I think this is a case where we do want to have a distinction between the two, because, I mean, in this case, obviously, if there's a dispensary that wants to provide that service for free for a client or for someone who's ill, fantastic. But I think on a retail, for the retail store, that's just selling for adult use, I think no. Because the reason why that's regulated for tobacco is because, tobacco has got nicotine and it's addictive, and I'm not sure if we're really talking apples and oranges here, but still, nevertheless, you're trying to keep it out of the retail realm about the giveaways, because that's an entry point for use for people.
So I'm hearing support for making a distinction between what could be considered a compassion program versus a prohibition on people having giveaways as a promotion. So come on down and get your free 1/8 or whatever. So
on the retail side.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I don't know, would you prohibit this is where it all gets so confusing between the medical and the commercial, and recreational. But I think you're correct. A recreational retailer would be prohibited from giveaways. A medical dispensary would be able to have a compassion program.
Again, because it's for someone who has a medical prescription.
Right. Supervisor Brown?
Mary's about ready to have a heart attack here.
Briefly.
Briefly, as somebody who is in a dispensary on a daily basis, I find it really fascinating that you are okay with on-site consumption, or think there should be a provision for that, because that to me opens up a whole can of worms for someone who's operating a dispensary. If we're talking smoke in an indoor environment and the health of patients, et cetera,
Well, we've moved beyond that topic.
But then to say, like, okay, I have some new product, it's a CBD tincture and it's new on the market, and I can't give a small sample to that to someone who might like to avail themselves of that.
You can give it to a medical patient.
Right, but it's
So
just, it's
we've
just saying
please.
it's not like, it's not, it's,
We're,
okay.
thank you. Because at some point, we're going to have to let everyone share their opinion, so. So right now, the board is saying we would allow a compassion program, but we're making that distinction between that and retail promotion. Should the county require setbacks between retail outlets / dispensaries, and this is separate from the issue of a setback from particular uses or residences?
And I thought that staff was gonna take that back.
Well, they're recommending we look at the setback from a residence. And I'm gonna run through their list again also.
Okay, okay.
Well, this is to the board, so, we do have, the concern is there would be a saturation of cannabis-related businesses in a particular area, and that might change the complexion of the area or create problems based on multiple cannabis-related businesses operating in one area. I personally don't see that being a problem in Mendocino County, given the rural nature. There's only going to be room for so many businesses. I am aware, we have at least one situation where dispensaries are, basically next door to each other. We've had others where they've been nearby in some communities. And again, the current dispensaries seem to be operating without creating community issues. But board members?
There might be some members of the public who would like to see the separation, but I honestly think it could create other problems if we prohibit co-location, because it may be that there may be locations where they're available, but they're next to another one, and then it'd be in violation of this ordinance or this policy, and then the only place they could find that's in conformance creates neighborhood issues. So I think we might be creating more problems than we're solving by prohibiting the co-location.
And then it is contemplated that dispensaries would require some level of discretionary review, so that's an opportunity to hear from the neighbors if it would be an issue. So,
That's correct. If, with the use permit or administrative permit, there would be an opportunity for comment from the public and neighbors.
Supervisor Brown, did you weigh in on that one?
I'm flexible on it.
So, at this point, the direction of the board is that there would not be setbacks between retail outlets, dispensaries. Should the county prohibit the sale of non-cannabis items in retail outlets, dispensaries, such as tobacco, alcohol, food, or beverages? Board members?
Well, I'll say this. I mean, we did have a report from the county public health department funded by the state that showed that the state has a formula for the number of recommended retail outlets. And these are not wineries, these are not restaurants, these are outlets where you have takeout alcohol. And statewide, there are twice as many retail outlets as recommended by the Department of Health, or maybe it's Department of Alcohol and Tobacco, and in Mendocino County, we have double the state average per capita. So we're 4 times the recommended amount. So we've already got that issue in the background that's not really addressed. I know it's somewhat separate, but I'm just curious if we'd be compounding that issue if we allow co-location, or is co-location an advantage? I don't know. It's an interesting question.
Supervisor Brown?
Don't look at me.
You're flexible.
Well, it's kind of like the smoke shops. They have items related to tobacco smoking, like ashtrays, etc. They do have other items that relate to alcohol, although I don't think any of them sell alcohol, but the alcohol, tobacco, and I would imagine, well, maybe not food and beverage, but take separate licenses. So I don't know if the state supersedes that. Just don't know the law well enough.
And this may be an area where the state hasn't yet fully weighed in also, so whatever we decide here potentially could be subject to change. And I see Mr. Jensen and others nodding agreement.
David Jensen again. My concern on this issue is it would require additional permits, and I'm concerned that we would allow someone to proceed with the acquisition of the permits and then in a year from now find out that the state has prohibited this co-sale, this mixed sale of cannabis and food, cannabis and tobacco, cannabis and alcohol. My preference, my counsel would be that this county hold off on that decision until such time as the state has made their stance evident, so that we don't have people, spending more money on things that they're not going to be able to enjoy.
A year from now, maybe, or 2 years. Supervisor Brown.
But the food and beverages could be related to the product itself.
Correct. Something defined as an edible cannabis product would not be covered by the prohibition. I'm just going to do a quick check-in with the audience. I think you probably have heard Mr. Jensen's recommendation. Do people generally accept going in that direction? And if you could, maybe we'll do the old wiggle your fingers if you agree with that. Very little comment. Or do you think that the county initially should allow cannabis to be sold through tobacco and outlets and liquor outlets? So once more. Okay, well, there's most people are agnostic on that issue. I tend to think it makes sense, for the reasons Mr. Jensen stated, to hold off on that. I don't know, board members?
I think we should.
Okay, I see general assent for that. I will point out one thing, that as written, anyone selling a device for the use of medical cannabis would be defined as a dispensary. And I don't think that's really our intent, but that's the plain meaning of the language currently used for the definition of dispensary. So we don't have to settle that now, but I don't think that was the intent, so staff can review that when they're making revisions. That was on page 3. So we had a number of issues raised by the public, and staff has responded to a number of those. And Mary Lynn Hunt, I should say, I would ask you to go through your list again, identifying each point by number.
Okay.
And you know, just give us the cliff notes on that issue, and then we'll get response from the board.
Are you typing this? I'm typing. Oh, okay. Is it going to be up on the screen? No. Oh, okay. So the number one on our list was the manufacturing in accessory to their cultivation site. So we're taking a look at that again. We talked about, you know, on-site crops only, limiting, you know, maybe no employees. So there would be in addition to cultivation, and then again, there is a certain amount of processing that is already allowed with the cultivation site, so that's already addressed. So the manufacturing would be an add-on. Business offices.
Well, let's
let's talk
hold
about
there.
that. Sorry.
We have number 1.
Okay.
So, frankly, I do support. It makes sense to me because I think a lot of people are doing this already, and we're trying to bring existing people forward into a regulated system. And the more you tell them they can't do what they've been doing, the less likely they are to come forward. So I think if we have reasonable restrictions, like it would be for product produced on site, it would be using non-volatile methods. Did you have another specific?
I think one of the other things we talked about, and I forgot to say this originally, was that we kind of would like some feedback from the public, if they could give us some ideas in writing of what right now what their manufacturing might entail, just to give us some good points to be able to add that into our requirements. So that would be a request.
I think that's a good point.
Okay. Let's see.
Well, let's, board members, are we open to allowing, you know, on-site manufacturing within certain parameters that we've discussed?
I would agree with you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I think as described, yeah.
So we would like to see staff work with the community to come up with what those appropriate standards are. So people currently doing on-site manufacturing are invited to submit comments to staff describing practices that ought to be allowed. And then they'll evaluate that, and we'll see some version of that come back to us. The issue of a business office, to me, is just kind of common sense. Of course, people can have a home office.
And I have no employees.
But if by office it is meant that there would be a storefront or a location in an office building where the public is coming in and out, that would be a different matter, probably.
Correct.
So we're just clarifying that people can have a home office. Transportation, it was mentioned for pre-value added in particular. Oh, I was going to let you do the list.
That's all right. So the transportation had to do with the location of transportation businesses and where their office or fleet may be stored. You know, we're not talking if you have one vehicle that you use for transportation. That's not what we're looking at. We're looking at a fleet of vehicles, and in our planning zoning code we have a definition for that, so that's already addressed.
However, going along with that, people would appreciate it if they are getting a permit for one of these other activities that causes them to need to transport. Could there be some sort of local authorization for transportation? So that if they are pulled over either in this county or elsewhere, they at least can show that they have something. The degree to which it's recognized outside of Mendocino County will be a case-by-case issue, but
So for this ordinance, for planning purposes, we don't have a mechanism to do that. We can't regulate. And if they were on a state highway, they could be pulled over by the CHP. We have no regulation over that.
But
and I think Sarah has
Sarah
something too.
Duquette may say that they could, however, show their track and trace.
So that is the other option is, since every licensee would be in this program, essentially the county could issue manifests, and that manifest obviously could easily be good within the county. And other jurisdictions can choose to take that as acceptable, but if they are outside of the county and they get pulled over by CHP and they decide that manifest is not good enough, I don't think there could be anything we could do to prevent that until the state's licensing scheme is on board. But I think it would be beneficial because some of the other counties that see a lot of these businesses transaction, that could be sufficient for them.
Thank you. Supervisor Jurdy.
So this is a question, I don't know if it's for Sarah or for Carrie, but maybe until the state has a license statewide, maybe there would be a way for, if Mendocino County does have this manifest that goes with, maybe there'd be a way for us to have a letter or some communication with the other counties and just saying, hey, we've adopted this, we're going to honor it in our county, we're requesting you consider honoring it in your county. So it could be something we make an effort to get them to honor it, even if we can't require them to honor it.
Well, if the manifest says you can go from location A in Mendocino County to location B in Santa Cruz County, then that's...
And in all the types of electronic manifests that we've seen, there's also usually a number associated, so people could actually call and verify that this is a true shipment, and we can make sure that information, like they're going from destination A to destination B on this day and this make of car and this employee, to kind of do as many safeguards as possible to deter deter other jurisdictions from moving forward with whatever they were planning to originally do.
Supervisor Brown.
Well, the rancher in me comes out. When we transport livestock, we have to have a transportation slip made out showing ownership of that particular livestock, whether it's you're hauling for someone or you're hauling your own. Anytime you transport livestock and it's part of the inspection program, so if CHP stops you, you get out your transport slips and show them. So there is another commodity, another business that actually does that. It's not track and trace, but it is.
Well, we're in uncharted territory here, pretty much.
So I'll find out more about it and speak with staff.
Okay. I think it sounds, though, that we're certainly open to the idea of doing what we reasonably can to provide some level of legitimacy for transportation, and then whether it has any meaning beyond Mendocino County will be up to other jurisdictions. And I think the next one might have been the farmers markets and festivals.
Yes, festivals, farmers markets, the bed and breakfast. So we're definitely going to take a look at this. This actually was not anything we had thought of before doing it today. So these are all new ideas that we want to take a deeper look into.
And part of the review would be how would state law impact the ability to do any of these things? Supervisor Brown?
That was just going to be my statement.
I think we're...
And Department of Ag has yet to come out with what and don't know where they are in their process. And they're usually the ones that oversees farmers markets and all of that type of business. So.
Okay, so we're requesting that staff follow through and research that and provide additional information. And then I think we were back to the on-site consumption, were we?
Oh, that was kind of part of that item.
Oh, as it
Not
related
on,
to
it
bed
was
and,
for retail sales, consumption for retail sales outlets, and that is kind of back to the on-site consumption.
so, and I kind of missed a little bit of that. So with regard to retail sales,
We were going to take a look at on-site consumption at retail sales only. Correct, Sarah? Yeah.
okay. Yeah, and so we've already said that, we're open to seeing that included in the ordinance, I believe. Right? Anyone have anything to add to that? And then I think now we're to the issue of 200-foot setback from a residence.
Correct, and that came right out of our cultivation ordinance. And we're going to take a look at that, especially with regards to existing industrial sites or zone properties, and whether or not that requirement for 200-foot setback from an industrial site would be necessary. Because industrial sites, we've kind of already zoned our portions of our county for that type of use to happen. So I think there's something in our zoning regulations that we need to take a look at right now that may have already some kind of setback requirement in there, but I want to look at that closer.
Well, aside from that, I would support not having that setback, especially for industrial, where it's
Zoned land.
Pardon?
Industrial zoned?
Yeah, it's already assumed you're going to have certain impacts that might not be completely desirable. But the other thing with these particular uses, they're all occurring indoors, with the potential exception of someone might have their on-site consumption patio or something, but they may not be in an industrial zone, the dispensary. So it seems like the likely impacts to a resident would be very limited. That's my first take on it. I don't know if anyone has some other view of that?
No, I think we all talked about that also, so yeah.
Okay. Other comments from supervisors?
Well, I just have, on chapter 20.243, are we beyond your list?
We're
Mr.
on the
Chair?
list from staff right now. and
Okay.
we're
I
gonna
just have
fini-
some corrections.
We're gonna finish that, and then we
Okay.
can come back to other comments. But it does sound as though there's support for revisiting the 200-foot setback.
I support what Ms. Hunt said about going back and looking at industrial and what the setbacks, if there are any, next to a resident. I think that's important to try to keep it consistent. So that's what I support, and have it come back to us.
And I guess I'm open-minded to hearing, are there any instances in which we should not eliminate that setback? And dispensaries potentially is one, but a lot of these other things, I tend to think testing is testing, distributing is distributing. It's a different style of business activity than a dispensary where you would have people coming and going and, a lot of, so anyway, I just see a distinction there.
So Chair McCown, one other thing that I just thought of was, we are proposing use permits and administrative permits. So again, there would be, if someone was doing something in an industrial zone, we would be providing a notice to the neighbors, so they would have another opportunity to speak to that.
And,
I'm getting notes thrown at me here. The other thing is that cultivation in industrial sites would be allowed, but it would still have to comply with the standards for cultivation. So there are standards for setbacks.
Right.
So that would be in place.
And I think most or all cultivation in industrial zoning would be indoors.
Maybe, maybe not.
Okay.
I mean, I would think so, but
Right. So and again, I called out dispensaries as being a bit different where the 200-foot might apply, but I would not apply that to currently operating dispensaries.
I agree.
And again, they don't seem to be creating problems, so I think in terms of some of these requirements, there could be a non-conforming use type thing where they're grandfathered in. And anyone have anything to add on that issue? I don't know. So if you disagree, now would be the time to speak up.
I'll have to see it when it comes back in writing.
Okay. Supervisor Jurdy, do you have any specific comments at this time?
I think we're covering a lot of territory here.
Well, we are, but we're trying to help staff move this along also, and the more specific we are in our direction, probably the easier for them. So, Supervisor Brown?
You're not going to adjourn without me final
We are
comment?
going to get to every one of your
Okay.
questions. So, and we have just a few more with staff, the issue of exemptions.
Yes, and that's a topic that may go away when we look at manufacturing at existing cultivation sites. So that whole topic may go away, but we will ponder it as we look at it. The number 7, I'm sorry if you want to speak to that, sorry.
And then the general provisions.
Okay, so we're going to take a look back at our general provision section because there might be some stuff that needs to be moved over to the procedures manual. So we'll take a closer look at that.
And also some things that are made to apply to all of the license types that may only be appropriate for one or two of them.
Yes.
And then I think we were back to the business license issue. Let's go back to your list.
That's regarding the whole tobacco issue and whether, I think the term was a decoy sting, I think Supervisor Jurdy used at one point. And so we're going to take a closer look at tobacco regulations and how they'll apply to this.
Oh, that was tied up with the youth sales then?
Yes, yeah.
In terms of what the penalty might be in putting people on
Right.
notice for it?
And we were directed to look at what the city of Fort Bragg has
Okay.
done already.
And I assume my colleagues are in line with what staff has mentioned with regard to exemptions. That issue might go away depending on on-site processing. Their comments regarding the general provisions, and then the last issue of youth sales. We're all in sync on that.
Mm-hmm.
Supervisor Brown,
Oh, okay.
you've got
And can you tell us which document you're looking at?
Oh, I'm looking at 20.243 medical cannabis facilities. And just on page, and there may be more, but this kind of came out at me, page 10, it would be under 3B, a minimum of 1 hour. And then
item 3.
B. It's just of.
On page 10.
Oh, on
On
page
page
10.
10.
Good. Okay.
The word of is missing.
Yeah. And then if you go to G, I don't know, that sentence just, I know what you're trying to say, it just doesn't make sense. Needs to be reworked. That's it.
That was it?
I think maybe the second to last word is as, and maybe it should be is applicable. But that's my guess.
I'm not sure.
That's my guess of what you're trying to say there. And spell check's not going to catch that.
So, you know, I think there are a number of instances where there were some typos and so forth. I know
Going through.
staff
that
was
just-
trying to get this out and
Yes.
review it and get it out to the public, so.
And thank you.
I think a lot of that will be cleaned up when it does come back.
And when will it, Mr. Chair?
Well, before we get there, and we will very shortly, is there anything else that staff would like to add at this point?
I have one question. So I just want to make sure at looking at table 1, which is on page 8.
Of the same document we were just looking at?
Yes,
Okay.
chapter 20, sorry. I'm just asking if there's anything you see here that needs to be changed. I know there was a question regarding the major use permit for testing in the RC district. And I just want to make sure this looks fine to all of you.
Well,
That's rural commercial, right?
yeah,
Rural
RC
community, RC
Rural
is rural
community,
community. And you'll
excuse me.
see those kind of zonings in COMSHI in the more rural areas of the county. They don't really have commercial areas.
Mm-hmm.
And most RC districts require some type of use permit for most types of businesses, so,
I think that's important.
okay.
Well, and then the slash means not allowed.
Mhm.
Exactly.
So I guess I don't understand with suburban residential, we allow I'm not sure why we would allow a business office in suburban residential, but in so few other.
And I brought my code, and I think it might be because we currently do allow business offices in suburban residential, but I'm gonna look that up right now.
And it's being consistent.
No, it is not consistent with, it requires a use permit right now in suburban residential for that type of use, so we just carried that forward.
But,
That's not-
I guess I'm wondering why we would want to allow that at all. Like, what is the typical office use that you would see in suburban residential now? Because I'm thinking of
Bookkeeping.
suburban residential as primarily pretty small residential lots.
Bookkeeping?
I can't think off the top of my head where I've seen it and what would be there.
Uh-huh. And then in terms of rural community, to say a major use permit would be required for testing, non-volatile manufacturing, processing, because I'm just kind of thinking processing is processing, testing is testing. The fact that it involves cannabis, I don't see as necessarily creating another level of impact, or would any processing in RC require a major use permit? Do these track existing permit requirements?
I believe that's
Okay.
where this came from originally, so yes, off the top of my head, I would say yes.
So maybe we don't need the answer to that yet, but maybe staff could provide us, a memo in the future that would then also be public,
Okay.
distinguishing which of these may be more restrictive than testing or manufacturing generally.
Okay.
So Supervisor Jurdy.
So I do have a question, Mary Lynn, on that chart, and because I'm just not familiar with what the limitations are, but on the ag zoning, and I'm just thinking of a winery. So a winery would normally have employees; they're not all family members working there, and if a winery had some offices that had employees in them, would they be considered a business office as an accessory to the winery, or
Yes.
So, but on this chart, does this chart prohibit someone from having employees in an office if it's on an ag zone piece of property?
So, repeat that, please.
Well, I'm just trying to compare the two.
Okay, so with wineries, it's hard to compare them with the winery right now because wineries are just allowed uses in ag zonings. And yes, a business office at a winery would be an accessory to the winery. A tasting room, there's a certain square footage that is allowed as an accessory to a winery. A business office, and you're saying why wouldn't a business office be allowed along with the processing?
I guess I was just assuming since
Yeah,
you had a larger scale.
It would be an accessory to your processing facility. You could certainly have an office there.
The only reason I'm bringing it up because I thought in the earlier discussion we were talking about, and I think we were talking about other zonings, but we were talking about it. There would not be employees; it would be like a home office.
Right.
And I'm thinking if this is a scaled-up business because it's on ag land, could there be employees in that office?
So if there's processing, which is there within a use permit, then yes, you could have a business office as an accessory to your processing business.
So
am I following? Is that right?
That would have to be up to certain standards for employees.
Yes.
To be in. Where a home office and you don't have employees, it's a whole different type of use.
So I understand what you're saying. I just was wanting to make sure that this chart's not somehow contradicting what you just said. Because it looks like on ag, it doesn't allow.
It doesn't allow for business office, meaning you cannot have an ag piece of
Standalone.
property and just have a standalone business
You got
office.
that. But the other provisions would allow an office with employees in it if it was an accessory to the
Yes.
on-site business.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And, while we're looking at the chart in terms of manufacturing, I think the discussion primarily revolved around ag, someone in ag wanting to be able to manufacture, but maybe as long as it is for non-volatile and it's for only on-site product, maybe we would want to expand their ability to do some manufacturing where they've been doing it for the last few years anyway. So.
As an accessory use you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think I think we want to have some ability to review it, but if people want to come forward and apply for that, and maybe it's an administrative permit.
Okay.
I mean, or what do you think might be
Is
reasonable?
manufacturing allowed on ag zone land?
Manufacturing is not allowed on ag
Currently,
zoned.
but aren't we talking about allowing that under certain parameters?
We were
Did I
talking about
misunderstand?
As an accessory to cultivation on a small scale.
As an accessory function is what we're talking about.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying
Oh.
you could set up a manufacturing
Right,
facility.
But we're not going to
if-
show, we're not going to show that on this chart because it'll be an accessory to, there's all these
Okay.
accessory uses and they would just be allowed to whatever the main use is.
But then where would that be contained in the ordinance itself, or how
Pardon?
would people know?
We can put in a new paragraph addressing that regarding accessory uses.
Okay, because, I did hear support for manufacturing using non-volatile and on-site product being an acceptable accessory use for people who
Right.
had a valid cultivation
Right.
permit. And then the question I'm raising now, do we want to expand that beyond ag? Because if we're going to allow it in ag, I mean,
No, I think, my opinion is industrial.
Well, except that we have a lot of people that are currently in rangeland or forest land or TPZ who are going to be grandfathered in as cultivators. We're not issuing any new permits in those zones. But if we're grandfathering them in as cultivators and they're able to comply with a low-impact form of manufacturing, if they pass muster, pass review, I'm willing to look at allowing that.
Well, I think that's where the accessory use would come into play, regardless of the ag zoning. I mean, as a permitted cultivator, which could happen in other zonings besides what we're seeing here today, that is where we're headed, is that manufacturing as an accessory to an existing cultivation site, that's language we want to come up with. So it may be in UR zoning or wherever their existing site is now.
Mm-hmm.
That's permitted.
Right. So, board members, are we comfortable with staff going in that direction?
Yeah, but I do want to reserve final judgment, but yeah. I mean, this
Okay.
is a workshop after all.
And are you flexible?
I'm on Jerdy's side this time. I want to see the language.
It's starting to get late too, I sense, but
And you know I always get cranky when it gets late.
we don't want to get into that territory. So I think we're pretty close here. So was there anything more from staff before we go to when may we expect to see this come back before the board?
So do you want to, I'll speak to the date. So we were looking at March 7th because we do have cultivation coming February 7th. The other thing is we wanted to have time enough so when we do have our document ready that we can give the public and staff enough time to review it before it comes back. So I think February 7th was, or excuse me, March 7th was the most.
I believe that's the first meeting in
March.
March, is March
Yes.
7th?
My concern is we're skipping February. And of course, we're only scheduled to meet February 7th and 14th.
I think that with the cultivation ordinance, which is coming on February 7th, and
We
then
expect.
14th is a little quick considering everything on the plate. I'm not sure if that gives us enough time.
Supervisor Brown.
Well, I think we can always call a special meeting if we had to, just like this one.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Supervisor. I think that's a great suggestion.
Okay.
So we are open to scheduling a special meeting and maybe,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Well, I'm just hearing your concern about, the length of time and when our meetings hit. But as long as everyone agrees, we may be able to call a special meeting.
So we would coordinate closely with staff, and this board will be open to holding a special meeting in February.
Yeah, I mean, the obvious thing, it would be after February 14th.
Right,
We don't know if it'd be
right.
later that week or the following week.
Right. And, I mean, I see an advantage to having this maybe be the only item on the agenda too, which as a special meeting it could be. Supervisor Brown.
Well, we have standing committees, isn't it?
13th.
No, that's a holiday. Standing committees 13th. 20th is a holiday. So so we may not want to do it on the 21st, but we may do it else, somewhere in that week.
So potentially March 14th, but also potentially at a special meeting prior to then.
Well,
if-
there's March 7th.
March
There's
7th
February
actually
14th.
is it?
There's February 7th, February 14th, then it's.
Oh, March 7th. Thank
March
you. Thank you for the correction. So,
Yes.
but potentially a special meeting prior to then, but to be determined. I think that's probably as far as we can go right now. So I think we've wrapped up this item then. And I see Under Sheriff Johnson has a comment, and we will certainly entertain that.
So as I listened today, I just want to address a couple things. Public safety might have some issues with on-site consumption, depending on what that looked like, as we might with a bar or something like that. That starts to create some other issues for the public. So I just want to throw that out there. Public safety would also support a single ordinance, and it's less cumbersome to enforce the rules that the board will adopt in one ordinance and in two. So we certainly like the idea of a single ordinance versus two. I certainly encourage input from the public to bring back to staff, as I've done that, running the programs in the past, and it's proven to be very helpful for me to learn ways and learn things that I have no idea about. So I certainly hope the public will bring comments to staff to provide input. One thing that wasn't discussed at all today is that there's an element of criminal background investigation for the applicants and the cultivation, and I would guess in this ordinance as well. Having that in mind, I might suggest to the county considering, because you also brought up early in the discussion a single point, for instance, through Sherry's office and she'll be collecting revenue, but a single point for the public to start out, no matter what they're going to do in the cannabis industry, whether they're a cultivator, transporter, or whatever else. As a couple examples I can think of where that would be very helpful is, number one, each department that wants their folks fingerprinted will have to get a fingerprint account number, and then those folks get fingerprinted and those results go back to that agency. I've suggested that to Ag, but then Dave Jensen's group might need that and others might need that, and then that means multiple stops to fingerprint for the applicants. Whereas if we have one or two people that deal with some logistical pieces of your different ordinances, it may be more helpful for both staff and for the applicants. Another place that you've talked manifest and transportation, and when there's a manifest, one of the ideas of that is to prove and to know that that's product, where it's coming from, and certain things like that. So let's jump forward and say that's occurred and there is a stop and they want to call to verify. Who do they call to verify? If it's transportation, that's by one group, and maybe cultivation is being handled by a different group. So who do they call to confirm a cultivation, a manifest? So there's some things that in your logistical challenges through the different ordinances for cannabis may be beneficial. And these are places that, just in listening today, I think you might consider when you set up to move forward with cannabis for the benefit of both the county and the applicants. So that's my 2 cents, and certainly I understand the complexities of what you're dealing with, because I've been dealing with them quite rapidly and for a long time myself. So thank you for your hard work, and that's my input for today.
Thank you for your comments, and I believe the ordinance provides that every applicant would have to go to the sheriff's office for a live scan.
So they have to go somewhere for a live scan. It does not have to be the sheriff's office, but in order to get that, so the sheriff's office is not in a situation where we would receive that information. So as, for instance, people come from the school district to get fingerprinted, the school district gets those results. We do the actual live scanning. The police department also does that. Fort Bragg Police Department has that availability. And of course there can be privates that do the same thing. And what happens, there's a code entered for whoever's to get those results. Then that code, those results come based on the applicant and what they need. Schools obviously get something different than law enforcement. We obviously have our own code for our applicants, and it's different for criminal and different things like that.
Well, the draft does provide that they would go through the sheriff's office. You're saying that's not necessary, but is it desirable?
Not necessarily.
As long as they get the live stand, because it's going to be the same information if it's done correctly.
Yeah, if the fingerprints go to their database, the database is checked, DOJ sends results.
Mm-hmm.
And who they send it to is based on the code number that's put in for the account. And it could be the Ag Department, Sheriff's Department, the school district, the Department of Consumer Affairs. It depends on what we're fingerprinting for. So there's lots of different options for that to go in there. Yes, Carrie.
Supervisor Brown.
Just a couple of questions. One, only the sheriff's department on Low Gap is able to do the scans?
No, that's not true.
Oh, you can do them over?
So Fort Bragg Police has a machine that, so.
I mean, in our department countywide.
Well, so again, live scan can be done anywhere where there's somebody to roll that's live scan capable, meaning they have the equipment and the account set up with DOJ. So that can be public agencies or private individuals. Then the results come back via an account that you have with where you log into and get the results.
So if you're in Laytonville and you need a scan, you can go to Willits Police Department, or do they do it?
Willits, I don't think is doing it currently.
Okay.
Fort Bragg and Ukiah Police
Fort
Department.
Bragg Police and Ukiah Police, and there's a private company coming on board shortly as soon as they can get DOJ approval. That will be available and or mobile if there's a group setting or a day set at a location can be done, things of that nature to try to help that. Frankly, when I found out that the ordinance is going to require that, and then also with the new ammo law and the fingerprinting, our front lobby is pretty packed already with fingerprint folks and having to wait a long time. So I searched for alternatives to be able to serve the public, and so there's a private business that will be coming online to help that, as well as I believe City of Ukiah is in the process of also purchasing another machine.
One other point, and I appreciate you coming forward because it reminded me of an item that I had noted. The current draft would provide that anyone with a felony conviction would be disqualified except for most felony cannabis convictions, which would not be a disqualifier. But it just seems to me having any felony conviction be a disqualifier is maybe unnecessary. And I think with the sheriff's office, and I think with our cultivation ordinance, we had a much more carefully defined class of felonies that would disqualify someone.
Well,
am I right?
I believe the state laws, which we're generally going for setting the standards, is state law says violent felonies. It's listed in the penal code 667.3 or something like that, and there's a list of what that applies to. But generally, they're violent felonies, and yes, it would. I mean, on top of the fact that it would seem silly to keep somebody out from a felony conviction of a cannabis-related item if there wasn't violence associated with it, for the fact that they're trying to get regulated and so on, and then additionally, with the new propositions that have been passed and some of these things changing, that's allowing changes to be made even from previous convictions.
Right, and thank you. And so I'll look to my colleagues on this point. I don't see the need to be more restrictive than state law regarding which felonies would disqualify someone.
The other thing that I mentioned of having a single
concurrence.
point of contact in like one part of, we'll call it the marijuana bureau for lack of any other term right now, that can do take in some of the applicants and do some of these things. They could answer phone calls for manifest stuff and deal with fingerprinting, and then your applicants get fingerprinted once and your county has it, because part of the reason the county's doing it is because the state's going to require it. The county doesn't, which makes sense, want to license somebody and do all that and tell them, yeah, they're good to go. Then they get declined from the state because they haven't met these guidelines that the state has. So certainly you could be more restrictive than the state, but in either case, they will have to get fingerprinted again when the state comes online and is requiring that for licensing as well. So, and they'll be able to get that here as well because the state will have their own code. And frankly, they could be in Santa Rosa and get fingerprinted as long as you give them the right code. They can get fingerprinted there, and the results go to the account that's set up based on the number put in there.
Thank you. And I actually had one other item. I'll go to Supervisor Jurdy first.
So thank you for the comment about the fingerprinting, and I do think people on the coast appreciate the option of being able to go to the Fort Bragg PD rather than being required to come to UCI to get fingerprinted. But that does bring up a kind of a separate issue that I just have maybe more for this group, which is if someone, because they can, for example, get their fingerprint in Fort Bragg, and if they're living on the coast, would they be able to go through the process that we're talking about without driving to Ukiah? You know, for example, they're interacting with the treasurer's office, making payment, but could they do that electronically or over the mail? Is someone required to physically walk something into your office, or any of the other offices?
Sherry Schattmeyer, Treasurer Tax Collector. At this point, when we were collecting for the 931 program back in May, June, July, and then we've been doing the zip ties, for accounting purposes, we did not take online payments except in the office, just because it was too hard to track. We do envision that as this rolls out, that we may have a way for people to actually pay. I see what you're saying on the application fees. At this point, I would say they probably need to come to our office maybe to do that. I don't know. We haven't got that far.
Okay.
But we do keep that in mind, and we do down the road want to be able, when especially the cultivators and the dispensaries are paying their quarterly tax that they're going to be paying, we do want them to be able to go online and make that so they don't have to come. So we are doing everything to head in that direction. I just don't know if we'll be there at the application process at the beginning.
So I'm not trying to suggest people from the coast don't go to Ukiah. However, consolidating trips and reducing the number of trips over here certainly should be the goal.
Correct. Yes. And we are moving in that direction.
So the additional item, and we do have public comment that was included online, and I had meant to ask, because I believe there's been some discussion about repurposing wineries or mill sites, which frequently have industrial scale infrastructure, although they may not have the zoning that would allow anything not related to a winery or processing of timber, and it kind of goes to the on-site processing of what they produced on site. And I believe there's been some discussion at the staff level about creating an allowance for winery buildings and mill sites to be used for more expansive purposes, specifically related to cannabis. So could we have an update on where we are in considering that issue?
So staff has taken a look at that. We're still in the beginning stages. So LACO has done a lot of research on it, and I don't know if Beth has anything she wants to add to it. I really don't have a lot to offer for you today, though, because not sure where we're going. But yes, that is definitely something we are researching on.
And Supervisor Brown has a comment.
I do, and that comment is it needs to have a public process, because we talk about neighbors. This is a change in traditional agricultural use, and certainly I think Supervisor Jurdy talked about the concerns that neighbors may have. So if anything that comes forward, I do believe it should take a public hearing.
Absolutely. But on the face of it, and it'll depend on how they're situated, and do you drive through a residential neighborhood to get there, or are you turning off a major thoroughfare? Makes a difference. But and you had additional comments, I believe.
Yeah, we have looked at that. At first we were kind of exploring the concept of something like an overlay zone. But the more we looked at it, it really seems that it's more of an amendment or an addition to to include it at this time. We were looking at it before in the context more of the cultivation ordinance. Could you allow cultivation in those areas similar to the way we were allowing it in industrial areas? The concern is that we had a whole project description. We started the public process without that piece of it. So we were a little too far down the line to reinsert it. So I acknowledge that, yeah, we will need a public hearing on that. We have some ideas how to bring it forward. I think we were recommending at this point that we look at it as an amendment that would have performance standards going with it. So, for example, if it's a site that has industrial type features, but it's on forest land or ag land, maybe we don't allow any new impervious surfaces. You have to use, an area that's within the existing infrastructure, although you could improve it, and then roads, traffic, those kinds of things. So, looking at a way to really apply some performance standards to it that would ensure that we're not having any additional impacts, and really working with the county also to come up with the list of properties that are likely candidates to meet this. So we're sure we're looking at these viable sites and understanding what the real circumstances are on the ground.
Thank you. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair McCowan. And I was a big fan under cultivation of the overlay. It was brought forward that we have whole neighborhoods, rural residential neighborhoods that grow. But allowing it every place is not acceptable. And we've heard that from the non-growing community. Excuse me. But I certainly hope when the cultivation ordinance comes forward, we do have something on an overlay zoning.
And I agree with that too. So.
Although those zones, developing them will probably lag behind adoption of a cultivation ordinance. But again, perhaps this is an area where we come up with some kind of interim procedure if we can identify those areas that are appropriate for this. But we'll probably hear more about that on February 7th. And I promise this is the final thing I will bring up. The issue of volatile organic solvents, and I know that the draft before us would prohibit the use of butane, and based on one public comment, I think some will dispute this, but I'm willing to explore the possibility that we would not allow the use of volatile solvents for manufacturing. If we want to set Mendocino County apart, I think one of the surest avenues to do it is to demonstrate that we have the greenest procedures and the greenest product in terms of organic, sustainable, holistic, and to me, making sure that everyone understands that products from Mendocino County did not involve the use of volatile organic solvents is potentially a way of saying our products are of the highest quality, produced by the most protective standards, protective for the earth and for the people using them. So I don't know if anyone has a reaction to that, or among my colleagues. Too late in the day.
No, I can see some people going like this.
Hold on. So
I can see them.
I think that's just support fingers, yeah.
And there's at least one voice of concern, apparently. So if there's a reason why we shouldn't do that, please include those in your comments, either to the board and or staff, because we might look at that. Any final comments from my colleagues? Thank you all very much. Thank you, staff, for all the work you've done to bring this forward to us. And we may have a special meeting. If not, we would expect to see this March 7th, but it's not a firm date because ideally we will be able to have a special meeting sooner. We are adjourned.